Hello, good afternoon and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series where two marathon days await us on Thursday and Friday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. There's some big names in action and multiple world championships between them. Here is who we've got in action this week.
Museum double 12.
Game shot
and that is a fantastic finish there from Martin Adams. Double 18.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Neil Dove.
Double 19 is a hammer blow from the hammer.
Leads himself double 14.
Game shot on the
could
first
that
leg.
be the
Matt
light
Clark.
start for Matt Clark?
Bullseye for Trina.
Oh, yeah.
Can't hit the big doubles, you can hit the smallest one on the board though.
That Matthew Wesker was absolutely sublime.
At a world-class lineup, needs a world-class punditry team. We've got the best in the business in Chris Mason alongside me here on stage this afternoon. It's been an intriguing week so far. Neil Duff on Tuesday and Wednesday really did set the field alight.
Yeah, he set the benchmark, hasn't he? Averaged over 95 yesterday for the day. He's produced the two biggest averages we've seen, one of over 107, the other over 105. And he looks the man to beat so far, but we've got a nice group of players coming in over to this afternoon session and tonight.
Well, this is the tournament breakdown. Neil Duff, the first player through to the finals on Saturday night. Group B this evening looks very tantalising, headlined by Martin Adams, Gary Stone, Matthew Edgar in there as well. But this afternoon, well, the headline acts are going to be the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver and the world championship finalist back in 2012 in Andy Hamilton. And he's going to be joined by Simon Preston and Bram van Dijk, Matt Clark and Colin McGarry from Group A on the first 3 days of competition. Let's talk about Colin McGarry because it took him a couple of days to acclimatise to the environment here at the Live Lounge. But yesterday, once he settled down, we saw some really good stuff. The seniors form we saw from Colin McGarry.
Yeah, averaged nearly 89 for the day yesterday. Much, much better. I've had a brief chat with him over the last couple of days. Found it very, very tough Monday and Tuesday. Just getting used to the timings. And when you are on debut here, that's what it's all about. It's all about when do you eat, when do you sleep, how much sleep can you get. But he certainly got it right yesterday and looked much, much better.
Well, let's have a look at the outrights for the group now, because it's not him that is the favourite to go on and win it. Neither is Andy Hamilton, who had a choice today as to play here or go to the second stage at Q School. It's Matt Clark who's the favourite on the basis of yesterday's performance. Is that a surprise to you?
Yeah, his average for the week is around about 84, and I'm not quite sure whether 84, if he continues in that vein of form, is going to be enough over the next couple of days. Andy Hamilton, I don't think ever had any intention of playing in Q School today, tomorrow, or Saturday, because he wants to win a Super Series. But of course, the rules that they lay out, if you attend Q School, well, you can't throw a game because that breaches their integrity rules. So unfortunately, they've made a rule that's backfired on them. And you know, fair play to Andy. He wanted to go to Q School. He wants to play on the Challenge Tour. He was there and available to play. So he's done what he's needed to do. And of course, he does have the option of playing Saturday and Sunday. But I think his main priority is to win this Saturday night.
And because he's played at Q School and he's got through, he's matched sharp and been successful, does that, in your eyes, make him the player to beat?
Yeah, I think it'll give him a lot of confidence. He played okay. There was one particular game where he averaged into the 90s, which is what I think he's going to need here with regularity to certainly come out on top or in the top two to get a qualifying place for Saturday night. And then you would think the way that Neil Duff's played, the potential of having Colin McGarry in there, and of course the players involved tonight, the three that come through from Group B, I think you're going to be looking at, you know, late 80s, early 90s in terms of numbers.
It could be an all-star cast lineup as well, so maybe worth getting your tickets for Saturday night. Well, let's have a look at today's bet builder then. This is what you've been having a punt on at home, and I've got to say, you've been very ambitious at home as well, because the treble pays just under 8-1. Van Dijk in the match winner market against Simon Preston at 11-10. Matt Clark to have the most 180s against Trina Gulliver at 6-5. And Andy Hamilton 4-2 or better against Simon Preston at 10-11. But Simon Preston could be a player that could severely go under the radar, probably because we haven't seen him on this stage.
Yeah, he's making his debut. He's been playing on some of the senior stuff, and in all honesty, some of the numbers he's been posting there, if he brings them here, he's in a world of trouble, because I don't think they're going to be anywhere near enough. And of course, seniors tour is totally different here. He might get inspired and might play out of his skin. But the current level, or the bits of stats that I can get on him, yeah, he's going to find it tough going.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. He's going to be taking part in our first game of the afternoon session. He takes on Bram van Dijk, the 19-year-old Dutchman, on debut here at the Super Series. He won an ADC European qualifier to get to this particular point, and yesterday settled down on the stage and posted some good numbers. He'll be hoping to take that into Group C. And earlier on this morning, Glenn caught up with him to get his assessment of the week so far.
And it's a warm welcome to Bram van Dijk. Bram, much better yesterday. In your words, tell me how you feel the week has gone so far.
The first 2 days, it was a little bit nervous. Yesterday, the pressure was off, so I played good, so it's good for the confidence.
Yeah, new face for us. Just tell me just a little bit about you.
Yeah, I'm Bram van Dijk. I'm 19 years old. I live near to Eindhoven. I played Super League with Luc Peters, Jerry Hendricks, and more good players. So,
Good. And then Group C, legends like Andy Hamilton, Trina Gulliver. You must be excited to be in the same players area as them right now.
yeah, it's fantastic. It's gonna be a hard 2 days, but yeah.
And finally, 2024, what are your plans?
Play all the development tours and some of the WDF tournaments.
And just finally, just play like you did yesterday and you'll be mighty fine. Good luck.
Thank you.
Time to get the action started. 25 games to bring you on Thursday here at the MODUS Super Series. We kick off with Simon Preston and Bram van Dijk. And watching this one down in the commentary box alongside Chris Mason, it's a very good afternoon to Glenn Durrant.
And good afternoon, Henry, and good afternoon, everybody. Simon Preston making his debut here at the MODUS Super Series, and really excited. It's a real clash of the ages in this one. It's Bram van Dijk, just a little village near Eindhoven. Got better as the week went along, which was something that we anticipated might happen on Monday morning. Said the pressure was off yesterday, and that's why he put it down to play much better. When he walked in this morning, he saw the league table with everyone on 0 points. And for Simon Preston, it's just acclimatised him to that stage, just getting himself used to it.
Game on.
And I can tell you his heart will be pumping right now, and the first 3 darts could be really key.
Yeah,
So I'm joined by Chris. How do you see this one going, Matt?
Oh, Bram yesterday
100.
averaged 84.79 for the day, which is well up on his 78.62 he averaged
93.
across 2 days of Monday and Tuesday, where his average is 78.6 for the day Monday, 78.65 Tuesday. So to bump it up to 84 will give him a whole lot of
100.
confidence. But this is a very steady start for Simon Preston, who, by comparison, his seasonal numbers is 79.69 for Simon Preston. So you would think this would be very, very competitive.
Yeah, I think my assessment of Simon sort of doing a lot of work on him
140.
past couple of days are the best years behind him. He is a Challenge Tour winner, remember, where he beat the likes of Barry Van Peer in that semi-final and Jared Cole in the final.
Simon, you require
But
161.
that was 2018. Doing a lot of ADC stuff at the moment. Up against Bram, who's looking really chipper. So it might be a bit more competitive. 81 left.
99. Bram, you require 88.
Yeah, and a little bit further back than that, when he did have a tour
56.
card, he
Simon, you
he
require
ran
62.
a very good version of Peter Wright close, didn't he?
Yeah, I actually watched that this morning. Yeah, 6-5 as he looks at 62. You want to get that first leg under your belt. Number one, he's looked composed. He's looked calm.
Game shot on the
Looking
first
very,
leg.
very
Simon
effective.
Preston.
You can look at all the stats and numbers in the world, and myself and Mace were looking at his numbers he's been posting on
Second
the
leg, it's
seniors
Bram to
tour.
throw first.
And
Game
the
on.
question we were asking ourselves, are his best years behind him? Because, like I said, he was a professional dart player 2016,
40.
17 and 18. Seniors, he wasn't great numbers, let's just say, but that's a fabulous start.
Yep, 15 dart hold. If there was any issues with confidence,
140.
well, they're now dismissed because I don't know where this performance has come from. Like I said, he's averaging less than 80 for the whole of 2023.
Well, I have a theory. That's the fact that he's playing on this stage. And like I said, you can play on an open where you sometimes can be on rickety old stanchions. You've
55.
got people next to you. You've got people chattering away. The circumstances up there. Some people just absolutely love that stage. And maybe he's just
140.
Just feel at the moment, but I've got to say, this is superb from Bram.
Yeah, had one dart at the ball to break throw in leg one.
136.
This is very good. I don't know where this is coming from. I did say to Henry, he could get on that stage and be inspired.
136.
This young man's pretty inspired right now, Glenn.
Maybe Simon is actually inspiring Bram, that's for sure. It's been a magic start from Preston. We are in North End, by the way, so Preston will be feeling at home.
60.
Very good.
Bram, you require 48.
Super start. Can he execute the double?
Game shot on the second leg.
Great, lovely
Bram
start
Van
from
Dijk.
both. Look at these numbers.
Third leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Very
Game
solid from both. No nerves from either player. Didn't expect any from Bram. He would have been inspired from yesterday's performance. I say this is just unexpected from Simon Preston.
140.
I couldn't find anything anywhere to suggest that he's got this level of play in him.
It's sort of pre-COVID, Mace. You know, if we'd have stopped it there, you could understand where this has come from. But after then, it's, you know, he's doing a lot of his work on the ADC. Actually came to Middlesbrough for the big
60.
regional event and got to the semi-final there that day. Just losing out to a player who's played on the stage, Richie Parkin, and he beat some good players along the way, including our
93.
North East number one at the moment, Tony Wood. That was the best reflection I can give.
Wait,
but
here's his last 10 averages. 74, 74, 84, 73, 78, 09, 56, 72, 85, 72, 81, 24,
45.
83, 68, 79, 88, 83, 22, 87, 24, and 85, 71.
And you need to refresh the page. That's my MODUS Super
58.
Series history you're reading out there.
$83. $136.
Preston throw under real pressure for the first time.
I think where he's got his nickname from, Skidders.
A bit early for that, Glenn.
97. Bram, you
Oh,
require
Sidders, sorry.
118.
Put my glasses back in. Level 16 bull because it was such an awkward first start there.
55. Simon, you
Yeah,
require
like that.
76.
Creative. Double 20, double 8 to hold. 25 and ball.
Always the feed up, but that is perfect. If you're going to hit the bull on a 75
Game shot on the
finish,
third leg.
welcome to
Simon
the party,
Preston.
Simon Preston.
Fourth leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on.
I have a sense that Bram Van Dijk was thinking, I haven't got a clue who Simon Preston is, but I won my
100.
final 3 games in Group A. I'm feeling really good about myself today. And he's walked into something rather special so far.
Yeah, and he'd be aware that Simon got away with
22.
one there.
Experienced player might also be aware that the honeymoon can be over rather quickly. Maybe you just feel on
96.
such a high being on this stage. And you've got to remember that Simon Preston, he was invited previously here, but he missed the email, incredibly. So if he is going to be mustered today, he needs to sort out his spam.
140.
Big day in the world of darts today, mate.
92.
Yes.
Day one of Q School as well.
Yeah, the Q School effectively gets underway properly today, and there's already been some early casualties. Mark Durbridge going out 6-5.
140.
Ross Montgomery going out 6-5. Joe Murnan out 6-5. Darren Beveridge out 6-5. John Henderson, probably the biggest
59.
casualty of them all, out 6-5. And my pick, sorry, Dom Taylor out 6-5.
Really enjoyable game here. Preston should and could go back upstairs.
57.
A
Bram
chance here for
Urakai,
Van Dijk.
154.
We hope he's got 6 darts from here. Yeah, and that board management is superb, which
64.
a lot of
Simon Urakai,
the
142.
Dutch players have. This is to take a big lead.
$75.
Should be
Bram
treble
Urakai,
20.
90.
If he misses that, 2 single 20s leave ball. That leaves double 15. Always think of Michael Smith when I see this shot.
And lots of players are now using that.
60.
That was
Simon
unlucky there from
Urakai,
Bram.
67.
This would hurt.
Yeah, and these are the fine margins right now. He's expecting to get a dart or double. Will it be another bullseye?
It will.
42. Bram Urakai, 30.
I watched him on the Bullseye Challenge a little earlier.
And that was the closest.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Bram Van Dijk.
Well, I won't lie. When I looked at this Group C, I thought Andy Hamilton, Colin McGarry, second
Fifth
game.
leg, it's Simon
That could
to
be the
throw
battle of the
first.
big hitters
Game
in this
on.
one. Matt Clark is obviously the favourite going into this, but we haven't seen the correct version of him. And I thought this first one might be a little bit of a damn squib. I think this has been one of the best games of the week so far.
99.
Oh, it's ultra competitive. Yeah, Matt Clark averaged 82.40 yesterday, 83.12 on Tuesday,
60.
and 85 on Monday. That's not the real Matt Clark, but it's a new start, isn't it? It's a
And
new
goes
day.
into this as favourite.
$85. $43.
From the excitement of the beginning of this game, it's just that little part of the mid-match. This is where the really good players can keep that momentum going.
140.
Waiting for his first max on that Super Series stage. We'll keep you up to speed with Q
95.
School throughout the day. All the significant results, so you don't need to go anywhere else.
Simon Preston doing a lot of his work at the Vaults, ADC, at the Castle Sports and Social Club in Northwich. Seems to be his go-to players. Riley's in Chester as well.
135.
That was a real hotbed of talent round there.
86. Simon, you require 42.
For a 14
Game
darter.
shot on the fifth leg. Simon
So,
Preston.
so impressive.
Sixth leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on.
Well, you can understand why in the bet
58.
builder, going through all the popular bets on the exchanges, you can see why when you had a look at the previous numbers from Preston, why they thought Bram was a good thing.
134.
I don't think anybody expected this.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he looks shell-shocked, but I think you'd be surprised. I mean, what you do when you're in the
96.
players' areas, you know you're playing Simon Preston. And I have a feeling Bram will have had one eye on his darts while he was practicing. So he might have determined if he's been playing the darts like this in the practice area. But I get the feeling Bram's surprised at how Preston is playing here.
45.
I think we all are.
Stunning first dart there. He expected more.
100.
John O'Shea has got the better of Scott Waite, 6-3.
Yeah, I'm a big follower of John O'Shea on social media. I know how important it is to get back there because he's in a team that's on the real up at the moment. In Scott
100.
Williams, Rob Cross, Josh Rock, etc. So I think they'll be all cheering him on.
I know he spent a couple of days practicing
96.
this week with Scott Williams. Would have been great preparation.
I think there's the Modus Super Series fans as well. They'll be watching Daryl Pilgrim's progression. But I tell you what,
140. Bram, you
all
require
eyes on this match. It's
151.
been absolutely a fantastic start to the day. Is Simon Preston 3 darts away from victory?
45.
He'll
Simon, you
start
require
centre of the board.
82.
His finishing has been superb, Glenn, hasn't it? 3 from 4.
Just all round, he's shown enough to me that he's going to have a good day.
Yeah, he will. If he plays like this, he's going to be right in the mix to qualify for Saturday night, if not top the table.
And I know he's going to be settled
42.
now. I know when I
Bram, you
played on that
require
stage last week, that
106.
first game was crucial. I got hit hard with a big finish like this when I could see the winning line. Preston
90.
going to have the same fate.
Simon, you
Nudge the
require
wire.
40.
Well, that
shots,
was a
and the match,
fantastic
Simon
opening performance for
Preston.
Simon Preston on debut, remember. Bram van Dijk was very much on the high after his last 3 wins in Group A. He played his part in a cracking game there. Simon Preston, if you had any questions to certainly us commentators, certainly had the answers there. Super solid throughout, always above 90. Lovely on the doubles. A superstar from Simon. Really looking forward to game 2. It's Andy Hamilton against Colin McGarry.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Good game to start our day before the break. Simon Preston getting the better of Bram van Dijk by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, well, 2 stars of the World Seniors Tour going toe-to-toe. Andy Hamilton, who's going to be making his debut at the Circus Tavern Purfleet next month at the World Seniors Championship, takes on Conor McGarry, who's got his eyes set on that particular competition. Watching this one down in the commentary box, Glenn Durrant and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, a real intriguing battle. The advantage after 3 days of play here will probably just about be with Colin McGarry, although they make Andy Hamilton the 8-15 favourite. 11-8 about McGarry, but if he plays like he played yesterday, everyone's going to have their hands full with him. He averaged 88.76 for the day. And that's, of course, over the course of 5 matches. Taking a quick look at
First leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Andy Hamilton's
Game on.
2023 numbers. Very, very similar. 86.96 for Andy.
Yeah, believe it or not, I'm going to go on the form of Andy. I've been doing quite a bit of exhibition work with him and just standing behind him, chatting with him. He seems in a good
60.
place in his life right now. It's very, very difficult when you lose your card, and you could see it probably, it affected him. But his dart has been producing. Yes, they're only exhibitions. Yes, we're only practicing together. They've been
60.
really good. Very, very good, actually.
And he looks well.
He looks well, and I think a big part of that. But then, a day later, he played last time here at the MODUS Super Series in a Group C, and he did not play well. So I'm not really sure how he's going to play today.
83.
But for me, personally, he was the favourite going into this Group C campaign, and the man he's playing right now will always be my value for money.
Yeah, and I think when you sort of get, well, they're of similar age. I
59.
think when you get to that point in your career, and especially with Andy, he's been there and done it. Like I say, he's been right up there in terms of ranking. He's made major finals. I think with the evolution of our sport,
45.
with the MODUS Super Series, the World Seniors, ADC, he's got plenty to do, exhibitions. So he's quite happy to maybe
60.
not necessarily have a tour card and be one of those top 128 players.
Yeah, just keeping his options open. I mean, he should and could have been playing at the Q School today. He qualified for the latter stages. But like many players these days,
140.
as you just alluded to there, there's opportunities out for the older, more mature player and amateur players. Much better from McGarry.
180.
A slow start, unable to find a treble.
And these two will be well aware of each other, of course.
Yeah, two of my favourite players here.
$89. Colin, you require 142.
Such a good marker. You can see he's making his decision there. Yeah. He had the option of bullseye, a treble 14.
86.
It was such
Andy,
a good
you
lie.
require 84.
Both on potential 2 darters. Will be going for the 14 segment because his opponent's there. And then does the cardinal sin of
44.
missing the big
Colin, you
number.
require
Chance for
56.
McGarry.
Tops for the break.
Game shot on
Tops
the
he gets.
first leg.
It is
Colin
a
McGarry.
breaker throw, courtesy of a Max in there. These two met almost
Second leg, it's
a
Colin
year
to
ago
throw
to the
first.
day
Game on.
in a World Series, a World Seniors Championship qualifier, and it was Colin McGarry who won that tie 5-0.
41.
I just want to give you the mindset of Colin McGarry today. Like I said, he's been sort of second bottom in a Group A campaign, and knowing he's better, just getting used to it, openly admitted to Chris Mason
36.
yesterday that he was finding it difficult, the whole circumstances of it. However, it's more of an afternoon session for him now, and when he walked in to see that league table, everyone on 0 points, that's got to be a lift.
50.
And this first game I just felt was crucial. I didn't think Andy Hamilton first game was the one he wanted as an opener, but he could make a big statement here, could McGarry.
Yeah, when Andy first come on the scenes, I was
140.
well, I ended up moving quite close to the pub he owned at that time, the Skylark, and ended up being practice partners for a good few
43.
years.
Was he a good practicer? Because
Yeah.
obviously I wasn't. I was never.
Yeah, he was super disciplined. He was, you know, if we said, right, we're practicing from 10:30 till
41.
2:30, which was usually what we did. Pub used to open around about 3 o'clock, so that worked out ideal. But yeah, he was always on time,
121.
always ready to go off the bat, and he used to love the competitive element. We do all the usual stuff that both you and I would have done back in the day, the routines to warm up and working on certain elements of your game that you weren't quite happy with, and then we'd play
140.
501 alternate starts, and yeah, it was competitive.
58.
We didn't go through the motions,
And you
let's put it
require
that way.
144.
Yeah, Colin Osborne tells similar stories. I think Colin Osborne was his practice partner for a while. Speaking about people so fantastic at the Modus Super Series, one name always on the mind these days is Daryl Pilgrim.
40.
Well, he's out first game at Q School today.
And
One
there's
of them
been some big names going out first round.
Owen and Whitehead 5 each. We know he's got a
58.
dodgy shoulder.
And you
I guess-
require 104.
Won't want long games this week. A chance here for Hamilton to get underway here. Single 18. His beloved double 16.
Game
Classy
shot on the
darts.
second leg. Andy
Yeah,
Hamilton.
Great response. Instant break of throw and a break back.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Conan Whitehead's edged out Rhys Griffin, 6-5 in the end. Adam Hunt, a player that we both fancied to go well at Q School.
99.
He's 5-4 down to Scott Winder. Warby, 3-0 down to Sean Fisher, who's averaging 102.
78.
Great use of the treble 19
134.
by Andy Hamilton. Just starting to warm to the task, isn't he?
Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of players this week. That transition, it's a big part of the modern game of darts now. You've got to be
60.
massive on that treble 19 these days.
Well, we're going to see a player tonight who would rarely switch in Martin Adams.
85.
Yes, looking forward to see Martin and obviously Trina Gulliver to come up next. When I start thinking about England darts as well, the two captains.
100.
As my voice sinks a little bit as Adam Hunt loses his opening game. Very tight, this one. Hamilton with that 106 finish in the second one.
58.
He's just dominating the averages. But you can see the frustration, and that's telling me he feels good about his game, feels good about himself. McGarry, flattering to deceive this week.
97.
Mm.
And you
Should have
require
come out after.
125.
That shot, that first dart. Interestingly, with McGarry not on a finish, still opting to go for the ball.
Yeah, read my mind there, Mess.
55. $98. And he requires 70.
Double 8 for our first hold of throw.
62.
And
Colin, you
McGarry
requires 68.
to give us a third consecutive break.
Yeah, his last 9 darts have been better here for McGarry, so he's given himself an opportunity to double 16, eh? Second best in this leg, remember.
52.
That would have hurt Hamilton.
And do you require 8?
Alan Sherrick out first round to Harry Gregory, 6-4.
That bulbous dart, hasn't he? Surely if he hits one of them, clatters into one of them 2 darts, cracking
Game
dart.
shot on the third leg.
Absolutely
Andy Hamilton.
perfect.
Fourth leg, it's Collins to throw first. $57.
Yeah, you're just looking at the numbers of Andy Hamilton.
41.
Albeit the fact he did qualify at the Q School, just the one average over 90.
Yeah.
$40.
Looking across the course of the week for McGarry. His opening game on Monday, 78-74. His opening game on Tuesday, 87.13.
137.
His opening game on Wednesday, 98.56. Well, there is a pattern there. At the moment, only averaging
100.
72. Well, 73. Is he playing Andy? I think he is.
I think we're both surprised at McGarry this week. I keep saying he's better than this.
97.
Obviously, we won't have Neil Duff in the practice area today. I thought they would feed off each other. Would certainly work for Duff. Average over 95 on Wednesday.
60.
That's must be one of the real top averages for a daily average for a player. Include 107 and 106. So
Yeah, especially in a Group A where there's 5 matches.
just spoke so well in his interviews as well, did Neil Duff.
56.
He absolutely loves it here, and he knows what to do over these 2 days. It's important not to be lazy and lay in your bed for 2 days. He'd be out there getting some fresh air, some walk, and he'd be dangerous on Saturday
60.
night.
And you require 170.
Be watching his mate now, so drop us a message, Neil. Any thoughts on today? The thoughts of the week?
Another one of those would be perfect. And he gets it.
134.
That's one of his few successes in this match so far for the pair of them. The treble 19 hitting of Andy Hamilton's been a real highlight.
92. And you require 36.
For a 3-1 lead.
You don't expect him to miss. Very much like the double 4. It just needs to get anywhere near
Game
it.
shot
And
on
does
the fourth
exactly that.
leg. Andy Hamilton.
That was not a repeat of the double 4.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to
3
throw
on the
first.
spin for
Game
Andy.
on.
And as the darts here to get the job done. Get back to the practice room.
Might have just seen the little shake of the head there from Colin McGarry. Not the start he wanted.
Well, he knows this is a very winnable game.
100.
And he's averaging 80.
$125.
He stayed there. Didn't look particularly inviting from our viewpoint.
Again, that's telling me he's not 100% thinking correctly, whereas this man is so disciplined. At double 4 and double 18, you could have threw your hands in the air.
180.
What do you think I said? He does everything so correctly, and he's just beginning to motor.
140.
Better from McGarry. 125 followed by 140. And they go in with him.
I'll tell you one thing, Andy's better than me at go-karting. We had to go at Butlins and I was useless. And he was like
140.
Lewis Hamilton. Never mind Andy Hamilton.
140.
Well,
and you
Signal
require
both are walking
81.
in this leg. After 9 darts, just 81 for Hamilton. Scores a ton, 81.40. 74, you look at treble 14. And for McGarry.
41. Colin, you require 96. $84.
Fear that was his last start.
And
Glenn.
you require 40.
Yeah, the way Andy's been finishing. There, use the word discipline there. Look at the focus in his eyes. The only thing he's seeing is that double top. Been saving it for his last start. Will it be the same again?
35.
A
Colin, you
reprieve.
require 12.
You put your mic down there.
I did. I was ready to
Game shot
do
the
my
fifth
notes,
leg.
but it is
Colin McGarry.
a break back for McGarry. 13 dart breaker
Sixth
throw.
leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. $54. $180.
Another max for Andy. His second of the match.
Yeah, the fact that Andy's not there today. did give an
60.
opportunity for a bye, and that went to Kevin Burness. He's the first playthrough to the last 32 today. Isn't it just the one qualifier at Q Skill?
Yeah. The winner from each of the 4 days, and then it goes to an order of merit.
100.
Andy once again scoring for fun right now. 180 ton start. Remember, he wanted 81 after 9 darts in the previous leg, but lost
59.
it. However, this time McGarry is a long, long way back. He's 100 and change plus these in front. The beginning of the end.
$180.
Second max of the leg.
$60. And you
Great
require
response after missing
41.
match darts. Not an ounce of negativity in there.
Game
And the
shot,
hammer
and
nails
the
that
match,
double 16
Andy
for a 12
Hamilton.
dart. He certainly saved his very, very best to that last leg there. They know each other very, very well. It's all smiles around. A little shake of the head there from Andy Hamilton, but at the end of that match, he was beginning to provide the darts he knows he's playing right now. Pretty dominant throughout there. He'll want to improve slightly on his doubles, but apart from that, all is looking pretty good for Andy Hamilton. And the next game, we'll see it for the first time today. It's Trina Gulliver against Matt Clark.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Matt Clark is looking to make it back through to a Saturday night here at the Super Series. Didn't quite go his way on day 3, but is hoping that a new group will spark new confidence. He takes on Trina Gulliver, the 10 times champion of the world, looking to gear her game up ahead of a tilt at the World Seniors title in the middle of February. Watching this one down in the commentary box, Chris Mason and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, I think Matt Clark will be relieved to have left Group A behind him. Fresh start today, fresh shirt. Interesting to see whether he's gone back to the darts he used for the majority of Group A. Just didn't look comfortable at all yesterday. Trina Gulliver, who does have a bit of Super Series experience, called in to replace Daryl Fitton. Hope, wish you all well, Daryl.
First leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Oh, I played Trina in the Masters at Yeovil, and she scared me to death, averaging around 95 after
66.
2 sets, and I'd wondered what I walked into.
Yeah, she had a fabulous game with Martin Adams as well.
Yes.
Was that the World Championships? I think it was at Circus Tavern. It was just the respect between them.
I'll be sticking with the
99.
old darts. He did try a new torpedo style dart, didn't he, for the majority of Group A?
Group A campaign was so unlike Matt Clark here at the MODUS Super Series. He just gets the
45.
format. Very tough to beat. But nothing phases him yet. Well, that's why he's been so successful here. But for the first time, questions have been asked of him. He'd expect to win this game against Trina.
41.
He was made favourite for the group, which I think surprised both of us after his performance levels across Group A.
55.
Yeah, just a lateral drift there from Trina, just not getting the balance right. Quite a few spraying about all over, but very early doors here for Trina. Fantastic to see here, to have Trina and Martin Adams in the building today is a real privilege.
100.
You got a few world titles between you.
But my mind doesn't think that. My mind actually goes to putting the England shirt on.
82.
Trina was a captain when I was there, along with Dieter and Martin Adams, and what he did with an England shirt on is second to none.
What we got here?
57.
17 world titles in the building today. 1 from Neil, of course, 3 from you, 3 from Martin, and 10 from Trina.
59.
You could add another 10 from Matt Edgar, the way he talks about it. So. Speaking of England captains, Scott Mitchell going very, very nicely. Nice 6-1 win. He was averaging superbly well in that game. Just
100.
Oh, a couple of Super Series regulars. Tommy Morris beating Cam Crabtree 3-0 at the moment.
60. Matt, you require 104.
a break, a throw, remember. Just the one finish. 100-plus finish this week for
40.
Matt Clark. That's just
Trini
so
require
unlike him.
134.
Shows you how far off his form is. No finish for Trina here. All about the setup. Treble 18 leaves tops.
$56. Matt, you require 64.
Got my calculator out there. I'm trying to think what she was thinking there. I know what Matt Clark's thinking, and it's nothing more than 888.
Game shot on the
Smack
first leg.
bang in the
Matt
middle.
Clark.
Clark leads 1-0.
Break a throw
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first.
for Matt. With
Game
that
on.
64 out. I can only think that she had a bit of Bit of brain fog. She wanted 84 instead of 94. Easily done.
140.
I had a major fog haze last week. Never mind. Let's understand this is better. Get in there.
Lovely.
180. $59.
Colin Osborne
Yeah,
and
you're in.
Alex Spellman are having some game, Glenn. Colin Osborne 2-1 up, averaging close to 106. Spellman
44.
nearly 108. Despite the max, Clark with the advantage of throw.
$52.
And that seems to be the problem for Trina at the moment.
$26.
So Clark has got the darts back. Remember, it's his throw. Just having a little check at the score now. And he plan his attack.
$100.
Not a massive attack, but certainly the minimum requirement.
121.
That will
Matt,
do.
you require 150.
Down to the easier finish of the two.
Just working on a consistency at the moment is Trina. Reading her mind there. Have plenty of time to read it with Matt Clark. He's
57.
one of the more methodical
Trina, you
players.
require 130.
Felt like he was stepping up the pace with his game yesterday, so he was trying things this week. You can see the problem with Trina right now as she scratches her forehead.
25. Matt, you require
Beast off
93.
famine at the moment.
$53. Trina, you require 105.
For Trina, this has to go. Could be the spark she needs today. She's going to get a chance. It's tops.
65. Matt, you require 40. Game show on the second leg.
It's the
Matt
corner.
Clark.
It's back-to-back 20 dart legs for Matt Clark, but it's enough.
Third leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Oh, Thomas Lovely's got the better of Connor Scott 6-3. Thomas Lovely 102.85. Connor Scott out with 100.05.
24.
Cracking game with that Colin Osborne. Can't miss.
Well,
3-1 he's leading now.
Well, we both said pretty much at the same time he's up against it. And then we both said,
100.
yeah, but he finds a way to win.
Darts going in with real purpose this time there from Trina. Much better.
140.
Yeah, it's getting to the end of her throw, which is something she's not been doing, and that's been a bit of the cause. The timing on release where she's not keeping them straight.
Just to reiterate, I think that's a
99.
fantastic point. When you're not feeling confident, you only throw a dart at 80%. Totally agree with Mace. What she's doing there, she's getting the full follow through. Part of your brain pulls away when you know something is just not right, whether
125.
you release your timing.
And then you try and sort of make adjustments on the fly, but it just, you know what you say, it just, that doubt prevents you from getting there.
Yeah, that's exactly. And the only person I've seen who gets away with it is Dave Chisnell. Got a
99.
three-quarter throw and he's bending him in like Beckham.
Nick Fulwell has has won again with a 77 average against Sam Kankit, 6-4.
45.
And it's wins like that where he'll now just relax and you might see the best from him because he had a torrid couple of seasons.
$43. Trini required 167.
Looks like Osborne 4-1 in that one. 300 ahead. Trina looks at 167. That is much, much better from Trina Gulliver. She'll go at the 17s now.
Yeah.
97.
Would have left 36.
Matt, you require 160.
Got a big advantage here, unless Matt Clark, of course, can take the 160 out. We have seen it this week.
Well, it's on. Absolutely outstanding from Clark.
140. Trini requires 70.
Tops to hold.
Only a second dart or a
30.
double. Ah, she just needs
Matt,
that
you
little bit
required
of luck.
20.
That was an excellently thrown dart. In fact, I think she's thrown really well at times in this leg, which is a good sign. But Matt Clark for a big, big lead.
Game
That
shot
double
on the
five
third
hasn't been his
leg.
favourite
Matt
double this week. It
Clark.
was just a little bit of a...
I don't think it's been anybody's favourite double. It's hardly been it.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Just averaging around about the 80 mark here, Matt Clark. I think Trina will just be thinking, well, that felt better. You can just see her just sucking in the air there and just trying to make sure that she's breathing. Sometimes
59.
you can throw a dart and you feel so tight because you actually forget to breathe.
Something that Eric Bristow said once to Rod Harrington.
Oh, I thought it was Dave Whitcomb. That was
68.
one of my favourite stories. Didn't he play him in a world final and say, I've just
Yeah.
noticed on the second dart you've stopped breathing. 7-0 later.
Master of mind games.
Talk about the front elevation of throws, whereas Matt Clark is a total just
100.
stands tall. There's that unique way of lifting that elbow up. There's the front elevation. What I mean by that, the face is well ahead of
83.
sort of the hips of Trina, whereas Matt, he'll just stand big.
So that you shouldn't do
and
in boxing and lean over the front foot.
That's the one. But that is quite unique, and a lot of tall players can get away with that throw. But look where the elbow starts. Lift, lift, lift.
140.
And he gets
Again.
it right.
Relies so much on timing, doesn't it?
And that's why I think maybe the inconsistencies Trina's throw is beautiful. Like you've just said, I think she's just working on the fact that
60.
when you throw a dart, you have that fear of missing. You have that, and when she's getting the component right, I think there's some good signs in here, despite the fact she's 3-0 down.
Well, the last time she was here, she did come in and seeking a bit of advice, and how can you give advice to a
100.
10-time world champion? I was like looking at her as if to say, Trina.
Well, I have my thoughts on Phil Taylor, but I wouldn't dream of saying something to him. But as his biggest fan,
83.
I can see what he's doing
Matt, you
different. But
require
your body
102.
changes.
I can with MVG.
Yeah, I've heard both you and Mardle sort of talk about and opening the hands, and
So Wayne was in total denial initially when I...
then nicked your idea.
Yeah. Genius.
62.
Tops for the win for Matt Clark. There's been a few positives, and that aggression in that throw is just much, much better.
99.
Totally agree with
Matt,
an
you
awful lot
required
you've said in this
40.
match there, Mason. If she does stick her head in, I think you're absolutely spot on. Matt Clark will be glad for the victory here. Hasn't been the perfect week, which usually is for this man. It's a
Game,
4-0
shots,
victory
and
in his
match,
opening
Matt
game there
Clark.
against Trina Gulliver. Matt Clark, the favourite for this Group C campaign, and he's up and running with a 4-0 whitewash over Trina Gulliver, who demonstrated a real qualities at the back end of that game. Plenty of work for it to do in the practice area, and just 2 darts at a double, meaning that Matt Clark was pretty one-way traffic in the end. He's up and running with 2 points. And next is the return of Bram van Dijk against Andy Hamilton.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where the first rounds of matches have been completed here at the MODUS Super Series. Wins for Simon Preston, Andy Hamilton, and before the break, Matt Clark by 4-0 against Trina Gulliver. So next up for us is Bram van Dijk, going to get his first win on the board up against the Hammer. Watching this one, Glenn and Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see these two lock horns. Totally different styles, of course. In the opening game, Bram was beaten 4-2 despite averaging 89.27 to a very impressive Simon Preston, 90.66. Hamilton got the better of Colin McGarry.
First leg, it's Bram to
4-2,
throw
and
first.
towards the back end of
Game
that
on.
match really found another gear, averaged 87.09.
Yeah, enjoyed the performance of Bram in his first game despite defeat.
57.
I think he's the type of player who will just brush that aside, but I guess after defeat, one player you don't want to see in this Group C up next is Andy Hamilton, so it would be a big win, this one, for Bram. And for Andy Hamilton, a couple of wins out of two, I think he settles. He then begins to run away with things.
121.
So lost the play for early in this one.
It would be a big scalp, wouldn't it, for Bram?
He's beginning to show this is not the player who was
100.
playing on Monday, by the way. He
Correct.
looked really erratic. Wouldn't particularly say he looked nervous. I thought he had the fundamentals there. You can just see him focusing a little bit more now. But when you think of the word focus, tenacity, fight, growling, this man.
140.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of passion and plenty of ambition with Andy. It's just the different things now.
43.
Yeah, the gigs I did with him, and not only that, of playing with him, but afterwards we were going out for a drink as well, our partners and whatever. He's good. He's just a good guy. Kevin Painter was there, his partner.
43.
Hopefully same again next year.
$22.
Perfect placement.
140.
That's something that's come into his game, that last start, where you think he's throwing one at the board. It's so much quicker than the first two. We'll keep an eye on that one for Andy. Something I noticed again working with him. But this is what he's had a career on, 2 dart finishes like this. Tops for a 14 darter.
Game shot
Super
the first
darts.
leg. Andy Hamilton.
Yeah, very tidy.
I know I'm getting
Second
some
leg, it's Andy to
information
throw
on
first. Game on.
social media. It's nice that we're watching the darts, but also just bringing people up to date with what's going on at Q School. But there's a game that I never thought would be a qualifier for Q School. Willie Borland versus Bradley Brooks.
59.
Yeah, them two have got a bit of history. Just a certain last leg 9-darter in the match for Willie Borland.
43.
I know so many people say to me, you know, how can you be there, Glenn, then go down to there? And you can never count your chickens in this game. And I think if you ask Bradley Brooks and William Borland, when he hit that 9-darter at Ali Pali, that the pair of them 2 years later would be fighting for a card. Why you've got to keep discipline, keep practicing, keep working hard.
180.
And keep those feet on the floor and throw darts like that.
$63.
Yeah, nothing's given in this game, I'm afraid.
In good mess, isn't he?
Yeah, been very impressed. Looks really switched on.
134.
Early in the day, and just tell someone's about their demeanour and their general
81.
attitude, but
And you
he
require
had a bit of a glint in his eye.
128.
I think he's doing a little bit of work during the week as well. That can keep your feet on the ground and keep you focused and not 100% of the time in your life thinking of darts.
Yeah, you need something to
84.
absolutely preoccupy your mind. In the early stages of my career, I owned a couple of small businesses. It just gave me an opportunity
44.
just to
And
switch
you
off,
require 44.
switch on to something else.
Well,
And,
Andy
well,
Hamilton.
you did it. pretty much your whole career, didn't you?
I wish I didn't stop at times, but one person who is switched on at the moment is the Hammer. That's for a 15 dart to complement that 14 dart opener.
12.
Yeah, you're right. When I worked in housing, darts it feels like a hobby. Yeah, when you're having bad times and you just sat in the settee watching daytime TV.
100. And you require 32.
Oh, one small regret.
Game shot on the
Although,
second
just think
leg.
you'd be
Andy Hamilton.
sat in an office and not sat here with me, so every cloud.
Yeah, I used
Third
to
leg,
work,
it's
I used to
Brown to
work at the
throw
housing
first. Game
benefits
on.
office, 69 women and me. Now I'm sat with you, miss.
There's a
97.
joke in there, but it's not broadcastable. Well, not at this time of day, anyway.
$46.
It's the first slight error there from Andy Hamilton.
Colin Osborne got the better of Alex
43.
Spellman, 6-3. So he's into the round of 32, along with Kevin Burness, Jared Cole, Justin Hood, Steve Lennon, Joe Croft, George Killington, Shane McGurk, Christopher Harvey, Lou Bevan, Nick Fulwell, Thomas Lovely, and Cam
43.
Crabtree was 3-0 down to Tommy Morris.
Yeah, Crabtree was one of the names, but on my social media, I was asked to give one name, and I went for Spellman, so apologies to all, but 2 more days to go.
58.
Scott Taylor had a horrible start to the week where I thought he wasn't going to qualify. Well, he qualified, and he's given Ted Everett a right tasting at the moment, averaging 103.
Willie Borland was the final person to qualify, wasn't he?
Shocked.
42.
85th position. The final spot.
34.
Another tough draw. Robert Grundy against Richie Burnett. Ouch.
60.
Well, Andy Hamilton has fallen asleep in this leg. Scores of 46, 43, 42 and 60. And Bram has total control here.
59.
Not grabbing the opportunity. And you don't often see the Hammer score like that for 12 darts. He respond with a big one.
And 140. Leave 170.
100.
There's
60.
one thing that Bram's learnt this week is playing with more slower, methodical players. It does have a feel of a Legends week. Trina and Martin being here as well, so I think he'll be used to playing young Dutch players who are predominantly phenomenally quick. So you can just see that he's got
58.
plenty of time
Bram
as he's
require
standing behind the Matt
150.
Clarks, the Andy Hamiltons of this world.
$90. And you require 152.
Justin Smith's resurgence continues. Pete Nathan Gerben first
58.
round.
Bram, you
5-1 up
require
on
60.
Henry Coates in round 2, averaging 96.
Helps to get back in this match.
Game shot on the third leg. Bram
Taken
Van
with
Dyke.
Real ease. His first start a double in this match for young Bram.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw
But
first.
needed a-
Game on.
A horrible leg from Andy for him to get there.
Well, Andy's average went down from 100 to 82, which demonstrates how poor that was.
$140. $140.
Much
Yeah.
more control.
A little smile on his face, Mace. I don't know if you saw that, as if to say, where have you been? Averaging only 70 is Bram. So much
34.
better the back end of yesterday and today.
$58.
Musical statues there for Charlie.
What they say about a good referee, don't know that he's there.
58.
303 very sensibly using the 19 bed.
171.
Super darts. He is back in this match. It was looking like one-way traffic for Andy Hamilton. Seemed to hit the skids a little bit, Andy, and it doesn't seem to be recovering. This would shake the group up, Mace.
Sure would.
33. Bram, you
Huge,
require
huge shot.
132.
Bram was 7-4. Andy was 2-5 favour.
56.
If he's got a nickname, it should be Bam Bam.
Speaking of Bam Bam, he's getting beat at the moment, isn't he, by Willie Borland. Conan White, I'm sure he was 5-1 up. It's 5-5 now.
84.
Don't forget
Bram,
to give
you
us a
require
follow
76.
at MSS Darts on social media. It's great to have a chat on a big day of darts, like double session here in the live lounge at Portsmouth.
Yeah, you got any comments or questions for myself
44.
or Glenn, or
Andy, you require 152.
an opinion in general? Get in touch at MSS Darts. Sure that Glenn will take a deep breath and open the app up from time to time.
Up and take a breath for Andy Hamilton. Not to be. Bram is a dart away
92.
from 2-2.
Bram, you required 32.
We are on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok as well.
16.
Got to take those opportunities.
Andy, you require 60.
Would have been a cracking story if Bram could get to the final because he was very scrappy. And he does it on purpose, by the way. Let me just add.
I was going
Game
to
shot
talk
on
to you
the
about
fourth
that.
leg.
When I was
Andy Hamilton.
practicing with him way back in the day, some 15, 16 years ago,
Fifth
he
leg, it's
started to
Bram to throw
introduce that
first.
into his
Game
game
on.
just to prevent the issue of having a blocker dart out there. I was like, Andy, you can't be doing it, but
140.
well, he did, and he does.
Yeah, we've seen the introduction of the flatty on 60. Luke Littler, Darryl Gurney.
Well, that's Andy's solution to the problem.
I've seen treble 12 on certain scores go for a score of 60 as well, but hey.
78.
Yeah, if he wanted 80 and he's gone treble 20 and it's low, he would just throw another low one. That's when you know you're straight.
41.
Conan White, they did win that match 6-5. That was a real
Yeah.
up and down game.
Leacock's also through, another regular down here.
39.
Atkins through 6-5 against James Howard Hughes. Andy Bolton. Here in Bridgewater locked at 5 apiece.
96.
Matty Dennant 3-0 up. Richie Burnett 2-1 down. Tom Lonsdale 5-4 up on Brett Claydon.
$80.
Bram van Dijk in control of this leg. With that slight frustration that he should be a 2-2 at this point.
140.
Down to a 2-darter. Interviewed Bram earlier, as you heard,
60.
when he
Bram, you
walked into the room
require
and saw the Andy
84.
Hamilton, the trainer Gulliver. Pinch me moment, double 16.
52.
That's 1 from 6 on the outer ring. That's the only difference between these two. Andy Hamilton has been clinical when got down to a double. 60% on the outer ring compared to 16 from Bram, so he'll know where he needs to clean up.
96.
Not too much
Bram, you
pressure on this
require
double 16, but it
32.
has to go, you feel.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Back in the
Bram
match.
Van Dijk.
And Andy Hamilton serve out at 3-2 up.
6th leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. $60.
Chance here for Bram. Get one of his, when the first one goes in, he's a bit...
45.
I'm just having a quick gander over the European Q score. One of the big shots is recently crowned WDF World Champion. He's out in the round of 64, so beaten in round 2 by Jody Toback, 6-5. Andy Martin's averaging just
100.
79. Jody's 80. The huge upset.
$134.
20 points in it. Remember, Andy Hamilton needs this leg for the match. A dart like that, he'd expect more. Surely it's the maximum now.
121.
Good, Anna.
96.
I don't do the lottery, but if you start saying I'll never win it, I'll start doing it. Andy Bolton through in the end, 6-5.
You need one of those games that Andy's just had,
41.
average under 80 for the majority there, but you sit at your table and you think, well, I can't play like that again.
140.
Good chance for Bram now to take this match all the way. Probably used to playing games and over and done within 10 minutes is Bram. So like I say, it's all new to him, this. All that time he's got stood there now. I used to pretend I was in a pairs game when I was playing someone really slow.
Yeah,
99.
That's a good shout.
Bram, you require 86.
So this is for 3-3. Now it's tough. That's really messy.
26.
Yeah, to not get at least
Andy, you
a dart at the
require
ball off of
80.
86 is disappointing.
Will be the lateral drift? Absolutely not. Will we see the small 20 here? Left-hand side of the tops. This is for the match, remember.
60. Bram, you require 60.
20 and tops for a level game. And Bram will have the darts in the decider if he can convert this. It's awkward.
Andy
$50. Andy, you
Hamilton
require
doesn't look
20.
comfortable in the background. He's just either holding his hand or his fingers. Something he's not 100% happy about, but he could be 2 wins out of 2 with double 10. And that is the case. Andy Hamilton is on 4 points.
Andy Hamilton.
It's a game of real ups and downs. Real sportsmanship there from Andy Hamilton. Two players totally different ends of their career. Bram is learning on the job, and for Andy Hamilton, he'd be feeling good for this week. Excellent on the doubles was Andy Hamilton. As we move on to the next game, it's Matt Clark against Simon Preston.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Andy Hamilton has made it 2 wins on 2, getting the better of Bram van Dijk by 4 legs to 2 before the break. Next up for us, Matt Clark and Simon Preston in action. These two do have a bit of history going back into the past, know each other very well. Watching this one down in the commentary box, it's Glenn and Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, I'm fascinated by this little clash between Simon and Matt. Both making winning
First
starts
leg,
to
it's
the
Matt
day.
to throw first. Game on.
Both would know each other from the seniors tour, of course. That bit of history you mentioned
100.
has been 4 meetings between the two. And it's 2-2, Glenn.
Yeah, super impressed with Simon in his first game.
They actually initially
125.
clashed all the way back in 2015 on the Challenge Tour, with Simon winning 5-4. The same year, they met again on the Challenge Tour. This time it was a win 5-4 for Matt.
96.
And in 2016 in a Euro Tour qualifier, Simon won 6-2. And then back on the Challenge Tour in 2018, it was a 5-3 win for Matt.
99. $58.
There'll be no hurry with these two, that's for sure. Like that. Good balance.
Yeah, middle of the face.
47.
Usually indicates there's no eye dominance. Let's see how Matt Clark sights the dart.
59.
Winner of this will have the
42.
carrot of joining Andy Hamilton on 4 points. I did feel that Matt Clark or Andy Hamilton will have fancied the chances. Remember, just 2 from 6 in this Group C.
94.
You're going to miss there.
100. Matt, you require 94.
Yeah, just double checking the score of Simon Preston there. So he'll make the decision on treble 18 or bullseye. Pretty old school. I expected him to go bullseye. He did. So what you're saying to yourself is you're guaranteeing yourself a dart of bull. Now
Yeah.
you're thinking, I've covered it.
You may take the risk of the treble, which he's done.
It's good player. Can he sink the double 6?
82. Simon, you require 88.
Simon finishing was exceptional in his opening game, 4 from 7.
Let's see how good it is in this one.
70.
I think a bit of everything coming to that dart there.
Matt, you require 12.
Matt Clark never looked once. Usual procedure, dart wax on the dart. Focus on the double 6.
Six. Simon, you require 18. $15. Matt, you require 6.
Did this yesterday, split on the 6. Was successful last time. It looks an ideal marker. Can he get the middle of them 2 darts?
2.
No, he can't.
Simon, you require 3.
Don't think of the double 1. Make sure you hit the big number. Perfection. Moves over. Sights the double.
No score.
Not to be. This is a real mess
Matt,
of a
you
first
require
leg for
4.
both.
Twos never lose. Oh dear. Oh, you can see he's got the top side.
Game shot
Wow.
first leg.
Some
Matt
dart,
Clark.
yeah, you could see by the facial expression from Matt Clark. He was surprised that that found the target.
Second leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Fantastic bit of camera work there because the pair of us said it's impossible at the double two. And then just to see the overhead, you could see one little segment of that double two. And I think that's why the raise of eyebrow.
60.
Yeah, we get a great shot over the shoulder, so it's the closest you'll get. So can you remember, may remember this, when they had a camera on Kirk Bevins while he was refereeing, and it was just on the side of his face. It was a fascinating
97.
look into what the referees can and cannot see.
Some great technology. I know Matthew Edgar, who's playing tonight, he's been doing some exhibitions as well by wearing the overhead
85.
mic just to try and give the crowd a flavour of what they're seeing. And I've seen Wayne Mardle use a microphone around his mouth chatting while he's throwing. So there's loads of technology out there. Not that any of it would bother this man. He's as old school as they come. Super darts, all on a pinhead.
180.
Bram Van Dijk will be thinking, is this the Simon Preston who played
43.
and was averaging all close to 100 throughout the game? What a difference an hour makes.
Yeah, never mind 24.
$41.
Richie Burnett has beaten Robert
140.
Grundy 6-4 after trailing for the most part in that match. Really starting to get to the business end into the round of 32. Jarrod Cole's up against Justin Hood.
140.
Colin Osborne's 2-0 up on Kevin Burness. It's a real old school Super Series clash. Thomas Lovely 3-1 up against Scott Taylor.
Colin Osborne keeps on going, mess.
41.
James Hurrell against his England
Matt, you require
teammate Scott Mitchell. He
43.
leads 3-1. Sean Fisher's 2-1 up on John O'Shea.
Ah.
Better stuff from Louis Williams today as well. He's trailing at the moment, full 3.
Game shot on the second leg. Matt Clark.
2-0 to Matt Clark here.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw
Well, I was
first.
surprised
Game
with the
on.
performance of Simon Preston in his opening game. And I'm surprised with his performance in the second game because I thought he was absolutely magnificent against Bram Van Dijk to open the show in this Group C campaign. Expecting a big performance against Matt Clark, who's
80.
absolutely nowhere near his best, let me add. He's 2-0 up. We're averaging a lot less than what we expect him to see on the MODUS Super Series. Simon Preston needs to find something quickly. Maybe it's here.
180. $78.
I made a note of all the odds before the off just to see them chopping and changing. They initially started
45.
to run scared after that performance from Simon Preston in the first cycle of games in the opening match.
$100.
Comes right across his face, even the back of his leg.
60.
Simon Preston is on the opposite side you'd expect him. His non-throwing leg comes right across his face. There's the little growl there from Matt Clark. I think he senses He's got a big chance here. What he'd give for a 140 right now.
95.
Puts himself in a good position here, Mess.
Yeah, when you've not dropped a leg, you want to try and maintain that, don't you? And that'll be his main driving force.
140.
Well, that would have been his
Matt, you
second
require
max in this leg for Preston.
148.
We're waiting for the performance he put in his first game. Had a week of some sensational finishes. Not to be here for Clark. That's an area. He's probably saving them all for Saturday night.
100.
Good set of play.
Simon, you
Preston's
require
thinking on 76. I will get a dart a double. Or will it be 2? He can't drift into 5 and 1, remember. So you're going to give yourself a dart at tops. And look at the 16.
Tops.
56.
Well, maybe he should have done what he done in his opening
Matt,
match
you
and gone
require 48.
125 ball. It worked then.
Just put in my mind, thinking of Bram right now. He's probably watching this. And
Why me?
I think he was going for the 16 there, but very sensible, right in the middle to make sure you hit the number. This is for a 3-0 lead.
28. Simon, you require 20.
Don't forget, Thursday is double session day. And we're back at a earlier time, 9:45 this evening.
15. Matt, you require 20.
Our opening game this evening will feature Matt Edgar against John Worsley.
Come on, Worsley. Well, we said he hated double 5. That's the reason why.
No score. Simon, you require 5.
It was a miracle double 2 from
Game
Matt
shown
Clark in the
third
first leg.
Simon Preston.
Amoni says that's the first leg that Matt Clark has lost today. It was a breaker throw for Simon
Fourth
Preston.
leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Just not happy with the weight and balance, but once again, the treble 19 has been a saviour for a lot of the
96.
players today. That score of 96 is telling your opponent you hit 2 trebles if you want the ascendancy.
James Harrell on fire right now. 5-1 up on Scott Mitchell, averaging 102. Jim McEwen
93.
averaging 95, 4-1 up on Scott Campbell. Harry Lane quietly going about his business, 5-4 up. Conan Whitehead, 2-0 up on George Killington.
140.
Good time to do the side-on view there, Simon. Exactly how he throws that dart there on the lovely 140. Seen this throw a lot this week. That was ideal. See that pullback, if he can get it by his nose, the flight.
100.
When you stop it before, when you stutter your way through the dart is where Matt Clark, I feel, has had his problems this week.
$57.
The determination in the face. Should look at the 18s, but I think he will now, but he didn't want to stop the rhythm that he had there, but there was such good darts, excellent darts on Matt Clark, and it was a good time to look at the throws there. But Preston still has a chance. He's thinking 6 darts would be enough on 208. There's not a lot of pressure coming here for Clark.
40.
And
Matt,
6
you
darts for Clark for a 3-1
134.
lead.
Yeah, real straight. Final dart means no finish for Preston. All about just setting this up. He doesn't hit the treble here. Treble 18 will leave tops.
44. $44. Matt, you require 90.
Well, Preston can't think he hasn't had his chances here. Matt Clark For a big lead. Of course, he'll stay there. Been here before with this double five. He's hit it and missed it. And he
Game
leads
shot on the
2-1
fourth
on the
leg.
double five
Matt
exchange,
Clark.
but he leads more importantly 3-1 in this match. Matt Clark is a leg away on his
Fifth leg,
darts
it's Matt to throw
to
first.
join Andy
Game
Hamilton on 4 points.
Yeah, 15 darter there from Matt Clark. You spoke of players at the other end of their careers. Well, Richie Burnett's facing Cam Crabtree in the
35.
last 32.
Might surprise you,
36.
mate, but a lot of my tips are out.
Couldn't tip up a wheelbarrow, you, Glenn.
I've told everybody about Alex Spellman. I said Rob Grundy, Scott Mitchell. And the list continues. They're all out.
44.
Yeah.
$125.
I think the only two I've got left is Justin Hood and Scott Taylor. So apologies to the other two opponents. Are like, get in.
Well, Justin Hood's 5-2 up, so you're doing all right there against Jared Cole. Nick Fulwell, again, averaging in the mid-70s.
60.
Leads Willie Borland 3-2. He is living a charmed life today.
Well, so is Borland because, like I said, he somehow got through because I was chatting to Willie and he said, it's not only did I finish bottom, Glenn, but there's a couple of games that went his way right at the end.
121.
Yes,
really,
they did.
Yeah, he really should have been 86, 87. He was out in his mind.
Well, it gives you an opportunity to free roll a bit. On my picks is still going.
40.
Matty Dennant, 4-1 up on Joe Croft.
Yeah, I heard some good things about Joe Croft. I enjoyed watching him here at the Super Series as well. Big future.
Yeah, grandson, of course, of the
59.
former BDO owner, Ollie Croft.
Just something with Matt Clark. He just said to himself, what am I doing?
Yeah.
$140. Simon, you require 160.
Still very much in the hands of this man. Just about to say, just don't have the drift into one of the five. In total control here. But what you do is you see the 160 and you think, this is my moment. Well, in reality, even a simple score, even a score of a single treble would have left a two-darter, but easier said than done when you're up there. Chance for Clark here.
Just want to keep them straight, don't you? Even a straight 60 from there is okay. There you go, 18s.
97.
the
Simon, you
ball.
require 136.
Understandable, I suppose.
Yeah, I didn't mind that decision. About to say this would be from absolutely nowhere because this has not been the Simon Preston.
$120. Matt, you require 85.
Superman was looking for a super finish. Could be the bullseye, but he's had this thing with double five today in this match. And guess what he needs?
75.
Wasn't
Simon, you
for
require
the lack of
60.
determination. So to get one back, 8.
Game
Double
shot
eight
on the
he
fifth
gets.
leg. Simon Preston.
Well, first person into the last 16 of
Sixth leg, it's
School
Simon to throw
second
first.
stage day one.
Game on.
Justin Hood, 6-2 over Jared Cole with a very impressive 98.52.
$180.
Well, that's the second of this match, but you have to feel it's come from nowhere. Is he beginning to find something right now?
$100.
Well, you'd have to say it'd be an unlikely 9-darter the way he's played in this game.
140. $40.
We are going the distance. Simon Preston, 180 points ahead, and these, and all of a sudden, making this game look ridiculoly easy. Be careful if he goes for the ball, but absolute precision at its very, very best. That 36 is for a 10-darter. That's the faster throw of Matt Clark, and I know he'll disagree with me.
36.
But when he ups his rhythm, he's a slightly better player, in my opinion. That was for a 10-darter. But 11 will do. Super dart from Simon Preston. He was down and out in this match. Found a way to win the 5th leg. Produced a fantastic
7th and final leg. It's Matt to throw first. Game on.
This match is now entering its 21st minute, but all of a sudden it's just woken up.
Yeah, that leg, 16 darts quicker, which effectively is a leg,
40.
than leg 1 of this match.
Chattering away at the board there, Matt Clark. These are difficult times if Preston can find a treble here. Why does that happen, though? He's saying to himself, why does that happen? Well, he's bounced back. He's taking control of this leg and match.
I think he went out to 12-1 in this game. In running. Now, pretty much favourite. Second player through to round of 16. Thomas Lovely. Scott Taylor 6-5.
This game is really for the purists. Absolutely nothing between them right now. Simon Preston.
140.
This is so impressive. A game of 2 halves. Matty Denon through. Alan Osborne looking really good to go through.
97.
Not enough from Matt Clark, the 97.
Yeah, this will frustrate me. He's saying he was just running away with it at one point.
He was in cruise control.
Simon can't miss right now. He cannot miss that treble 20 for the past 2 or 3 minutes. Clark goes trebleless here. Preston has 6 darts for the match.
44. Simon, you require 115.
Could and should start the 15s on the 19s. The reason being that he loves double top.
75.
Yeah, starting on the 20, if you don't hit the treble, then your options really are 45 ball or treble 19, double 19.
Look at the pace he's throwing these and the accuracy of them darts. Because I think he's thinking too much at his more pedestrian pace. And Preston, second best in this match throughout, really put the afterburners on in leg 6. It's double 10 for the match.
Game,
and he gets there in the end, and look what it means to him.
Preston.
It was a bit of a grueler. It was a bit of a slow burn at the beginning. Matt Clark is absolutely furious with that result and furious with himself. He was in control, but it's Simon Preston that joins Andy Hamilton at the top of the table. Nothing to write home about there. They'll need to improve on the outer ring, but Simon Preston got better and better throughout that game. As next up, it's Colin McGarry against Trina Gulliver.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Simon Preston got the better of Matt Clark in a last leg decider, 4-3. Next up, we're going to see two stars of the World Seniors Tour go head-to-head as Colin McGarry takes on Trina Gulliver. McGarry's aim for the year to make the Circus Tavern. Trina Gulliver's going to be at the Circus Tavern. If you head over to the website where you can buy your Saturday night tickets for the Super Series, dartshot.tv, you can also get tickets for the World Seniors Championship. That's the 15th to 18th of February, where 32 legends of darts compete to be crowned World Seniors Champion. But back to this, and to Trina and to Colin with Glenn and Chris.
Well, there's another legend
First leg,
in the
it's Colin
comms
to
box
throw first.
that will be
Game
at
on.
the Circus Tavern. And, well, you won't get to see me Saturday night if you haven't got a ticket because it's already sold out. And good afternoon, Glenn.
Yeah, I was... No, Chris Mason. I was certainly waiting for
26.
Henry to say 31 legends in Glendon. Wasn't expecting it from you.
But all seriousness, the tickets are sold out for the Saturday night, but there's tickets available, not many, for all the other
100.
sessions. So head over to www.dartshop.tv. Make sure you get your tickets sorted. Some great packages available where you can have the VIP experience
60.
upstairs where you'll get to meet plenty of the legends on show and get involved in a Q&A with some of the
100.
legends who will be taking part. It's a fabulous old school venue and a real fun couple of days.
140.
Yes, I better get my hotel booked. Have you sorted, George, yet?
Mine's done. Just for the opening night.
60.
Is that you or me again? I'm trying to work it out right now. Good start here from Trina. Couple of tons to start, but McGarry just beginning to find the
100.
treble 20 bed.
Yeah, well, there was plenty of positives for Trina towards the back end of her opening match. She was a lot more aggressive, getting the full extension on the throw, and there was a lot less lateral drift.
59.
Yeah, I remember Ross Smith saying to me, throw the dart harder, Glenn. Forget all the scientific part of the game. But they're not entering the board like they once used to, and that's what Mace picked up very early with Trina.
137.
The darts were just flopping into the dart. And
Well, if you haven't got any confidence, it's hard to attack the target, isn't it?
yeah, that is welcome to my world at the moment.
30. Colin, you require 38.
I can throw a good dart. Gary for double 8.
22.
Just see the
Trina, you
increase in
require
pace between these two as well.
152.
That's unlucky, and McGarry will have to grab the chances. What you don't want to do when you're
36.
playing someone
Colin, you
out of
require
sorts.
16.
Let's give them any sort of roots for confidence.
Yeah, and you don't want to get bogged down in their game. You can see what he
Game
can
shot
see.
on the
That's an
first
incredible
leg.
dart.
Colin McGarry. Second leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, McGarry will fancy his next game, despite the fact that Simon Preston has 1-2 on the spin. I just feel if Colin McGarry
60.
can get a win on the board, if he can see himself more higher up in the table, we might begin to see the best of him. Because these are the darts he can produce, let me tell you. Nothing that he's doing right now surprises me in the slightest.
180. $125.
There's been a couple of players, Mace, where we've got all the stats and numbers. You look at their CVs, and I remember looking at Robert Thornton's and slightly forgetting how good he was and what he won.
100.
Oh, he's remarkable.
And then I looked at Trina's this morning, and it's just breathtaking. I know it's all about Fallon, and I know it's all about
40.
Greaves, and just incredible. It was just when I was like raising my eyebrows every time I was looking at exactly. And when you sit back 10 times champion of the world.
Yeah, and the girls before her, who were trailblazers in their own right, but they just
60.
weren't given the opportunity. There was no Women's World Championship. There was the World Masters that only really got a highlights
41.
package.
Colin, you require
But when it eventually
161.
broke through, Trina did so much for the Not just the ladies' game, but the game in general.
Yeah, I think Dita would have won a
43.
few world championships. She had a break in her career as well, and she's been dynamite. But I don't know why, but when I think of trainer, I think of Frances Honselaar and that battles she had with her. They were
56.
Terrific-
Colin, you
terrific
require
battles.
118.
But right now. It's about Colin McGarry on 118. The 18th bed leaves himself a 2-darter.
Actually do have a
125.
lovely
Colin, you require
photo of-
60.
Won the England Open the same weekend as Trina, and that was quite special.
40. Trina, you require 54.
Well, Jim Williams often sends me the most awkward kiss I had with trainer Gulliver when we won the England Open together.
34.
Would have been for a first
Colin, you
leg of the
require
day,
20.
remember. And McGarry, who's had
Game shot
zero
on the
luck,
second
let me
leg.
had this
Colin
week.
McGarry.
Nothing has gone his way. Like I said, he hasn't been petulant, he hasn't thrown his arms out, he hasn't sulked.
Third leg, it's Colin
He's
to
been
throw
disappointed,
first.
rightly so.
Game on.
Just that dart there from trainer could and should be 1-1 right now.
Looking at Q School, and already the
100.
players through to the last 16 that will meet there. Colin Osborne will be playing Justin Hood. Steve Lennon will be playing Matthew Dennant. George Killington
26.
will play the winner of Jamie Atkins and Jim McEwen. Jim McGirt will be taking on Patrick
140.
Linsky.
I have to say, Mace, that Borland story is the one for me.
Ah, it's incredible. He's through, of course. He beat Nick Fulwell 6-5.
45.
I'm down to 1 now, but Scott Taylor's out.
Richie Burnett.
140.
4-1 up on Cam Crabtree.
And these players getting to the last 16s last night, what you're doing, you're giving yourself a good basis for the rest of the week as well.
140.
So
Colin, you require
you can
121.
get to the semis. Sort of in your hands, and certainly in the hands of Colin McGarry in this match. Will he go up with the ball?
Game shot on the third
Will he?
leg.
Absolutely. And
Colin
that was
McGarry.
smack bang in the middle. McGarry in rapid time is 3-0 up against Trina Gulliver, who's still searching
Fourth leg,
for her
it's Trina
first
to
leg,
throw
remember.
first. Game
Yeah,
on.
the previous match was one that was approaching 25 minutes. This one
41.
is only 7 minutes old.
After 7 minutes, in the previous game, they've just thrown 3 darts each.
100.
But that is darts. Quick players. You are talking to a methodical player who's speaking right now. Sometimes I used to take it to heart.
100.
I mean, how dare they call me boring. Actually, it was mainly you, miss.
58.
Right on the wire of everything there.
$97.
Cover shot.
I know I should know the name Ashley Coleman, but I don't. He's flying at the moment.
100. $85. 137.
Finn Smith having some day so far. 5-1 up on Jonathan Kavanagh, averaging 93.
58. Colin, you require 106.
Tim McEwen's been playing so well today.
So has McGarry in this match been an improved performance?
Game,
And it's a
shot,
whitewash
and
win
the
for Colin
match.
McGarry. That
Colin
was
McGarry.
rapid. That was a very, very impressive against a luckless Trina Gulliver. Colin McGarry there as he just collects his water. Just having a little look at the score lines there. Train having a bit of a joke with them, but really solid. Just round about the 90 average mark. Very good on the outer ring. And a beautiful 1-2-1 with that lovely crisp bull that he did there. Colin McGarry has finally got 2 points. As we move on to the next game, it's Bram van Dijk against Matt Clark.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So the first 6 games of our afternoon session has been completed, and before the break, Colin McGarry got the better of Trina Gulliver by 4 legs. So prior to that, very good start to life at the Super Series for Simon Preston. 2 victories against Bram van Dijk and Matt Clark, respectively. As for Andy Hamilton, he is also 2 from 2. He got the better of Colin McGarry in his first game for them beating Bram van Dijk by 4 legs to 2. So Colin McGarry, a 4-0 victor against Trina Gulliver, hit a 1-2-1 checkout in that last match. That was one of the key turning points, one of the key moments of the day, and one of the big checkouts of the day as well. Still waiting for this group to really catch fire thus far, but there's still plenty of time for that to happen. Right, we've got the youngster Bram van Dijk in action up against Matt Clark, who is hoping to make an appearance at the World Seniors Championship in 2024. And 2 men who are going to be a part of the World Seniors Championship are down in commentary, Chris Mason and Glenn Dunn. Before we get into this next match, we've got a few stars of the seniors on the show this week. Of those that we've seen so far, who do you think is going to be in the best stead going into the Circus Tavern?
Good question, Henry. Well, I don't know. I'm going to have a little throw later, so I'll let Glenn cast his eye over my current form. Listen, I think for the seniors, like most starts at that kind of level, it's all going to be very much on the day. Your obvious favourites are going to be Leonard Gates and Robert Thornton, and
First leg, it's
by
Bram
the
to
looks
throw
of it,
first.
John Henderson,
Game
I should
on.
imagine. Kevin Painter is going to be in the mix. David Cameron.
Yeah, I think there's one name who's been here this week, and I think Neil Duff has
78.
not gone to Q School. 1, because of his age. 2, because he wants this MODUS Super Series Champions Week title. And I think he wants to do some damage on the senior
Yeah,
tour as
that
well.
was-
He looks in good shape.
Yeah, that was going to be my next name. I think when he's
81.
he's just playing a lot of darts, a lot more than most in there, and we've seen examples of where his levels are yesterday, and
99.
yeah, he's certainly on the short list.
Yeah, and in answer to your question, Henry, as well, we've been complimented the fact that we are chatting about the Q school as well. I think Mark Dudbridge has got to come into the
Yep.
equation.
Yep. And Jim McEwen, if he doesn't get a card,
81.
he's currently 3-3 with Jamie Atkins. There is just so many good senior players, isn't there?
Yeah, a lot of people are
58.
sending me a mace who they think will qualify through Q school. But there's one guy here. Golden Knights fan. Just watching Mace's epic match against Martin Adams in the 1990 BDO quarterfinal. I was just wondering, Chris,
140.
do you know whatever happened to the referee caller, Mr. Steve Nicholas? What happened to him?
96.
He went off to pursue a career somewhere else, and I can't remember what it was. I think it had something to do with computers.
While you're thinking that, this one started off very nicely.
Know each other very well, of course. These two played 3 times already this week in
121. Bram, you require
Group A.
170.
We have seen this finish, remember, this week. Come on, Bram.
145.
Yeah, Monday it was
Matt, you require
a 4-0 win for Matt.
That was his worry there. Yeah, he is not happy. Like I said, that is about as much emotion as you'll get from Matt Clark, but that's superb. A 1-0 lead, double 16.
46.
And he's hit that spot
Bram,
too
you
many
require
times this week.
25.
But the
Tuesday it was a 4-2 win for Matt, but revenge yesterday.
That
No
has been
score.
Bram's problem.
Yesterday, Bram had a 4-2 win with a
Matt,
93
you require
average
32.
and 80% on his doubles, which he's not got here.
He could just correct a couple of wrongs. There's that spot he hits, and even worse now, he's hiding a lot of the bed. This is not easy. Doesn't move, though. And that
16.
fantastic angle there.
Yeah.
Why didn't he move to the right to open the bed?
Bram, you
Yeah,
require
you could
25.
see exactly what he could from his eye line on that angle. Double 8. Clips the wire.
17.
The side of the wire, they weren't exactly poorly thrown darts, just not
Matt,
finding
you
the
require
target.
16.
8 missed darts at a double between the pair of them. Superb yesterday, Bram, in this match, and that's because he hit the doubles. You don't expect Clark to miss again.
Game shot on the first leg. Matt Clark.
Welcome along to all of our viewers, wherever you may
Second
be
leg, it's Matt
watching
to
and on
throw first.
whatever
Game on.
platform. But if you are watching via our YouTube channel, do me a favour, just please hit that subscribe button. Over 70% of you are watching are unsubscribed, and if you subscribe and hit that notification bell whenever we add content, bonus
60.
content, interviews and little specials we do down here at the Super Series, you will get notified. And of course, you'll get notified every time we
23.
go live.
Yes, and there's a real bonus on there. You can see my break dancing last week on the Bullseye Challenge. They said there was good numbers on that this morning.
Yeah, over 60,000 views on YouTube. Jeez, people must be bored.
43.
Or you could go back and look at my victory in week 12.
100.
Not
And
that
that's
Glenn
got-
wants to talk about that, of course.
Yeah. I get enough with Edgar about that.
Well, speaking of Edgar, he's going to be action this evening. Comes with ambition.
100.
Promise I'll show no bias in that one, but come on, John Worsley in the opener. Come on, son.
Is that who the champagne and
46.
flowers were for that were in the players' practice area?
To be fair, I commentated on Edgar when he played last time. And I thought he was brilliant. But he understands where his game is right now. His biggest fear is his body holding out. Like many of the players, it's
82.
8 games, quite rapid over 2 days. His own injury problems that he's trying to sort out, but he has a dream of getting on that lakeside stage. He's in a fantastic position.
140.
He feels if he's the best player in that event because that's what his mind's telling him, but his body at times is letting him down. So interesting to see how he does tonight. Look forward to seeing Gary Stone, Mace. I think he was the favourite at the beginning of the week. I'm a huge fan.
80.
Yeah, we're talking of players with nice throws. He certainly got one. Bram here, the big visit, has an opportunity to level things up. Could do with another treble, ideally.
100. Matt, you require 136.
For a 2-0 lead. When Matt Clark walked off in his previous game. And Simon Preston, he was furious. He should go treble 17 with his last.
Richard Burnett is out, 6-4 to Crabtree.
78. Bram, you require 92.
I don't expect Bram to start on the bullseye with his first start, but he has. Has he been watching the legends this week? The 42 left, just taking his time. I like that as well. Double 18.
56.
Did everything right there. Just the execution on the double.
10 or a
Matt, you
6, just
require
go for the
58.
wire that separates them. Either side, you're guaranteed a dart at a double. Single 18 and tops for Clark for 2-zip.
Game shot on the second leg. Matt Clark.
A one-sided
Third
affair
leg,
when
it's
they
Bram to
first
throw
met on
first.
Monday.
Game on.
Just sends that chance there when Bram really played superbly well against Matt because his
56.
doubles were so good. You can just see the frustration there. I think he had high expectations when he come in this morning. It's just not going his way.
Yeah, I think he's just maybe overthought the whole situation, and that doesn't allow you to play with the freedom you need with a throw like that.
76.
Jim McEwen looking really good at the moment.
He's playing lovely today.
100.
Currently leading Jamie Atkins, 5-4. Both players averaging mid-90s. James Hurrell, 5-4 down to Carl Wilson.
Wilson has 170 for the match.
81.
Been unable to
84.
follow today.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Mace, but I sit in this chair and I get introduced to someone like Bram Van Dijk with his first start on Monday, and you get to sense that when you're seeing them mature during the week and the ups and the downs that they're having. But if only you could see the future, that the bonus, that how good this
43.
is, whether he's getting wins or losses for his career. But he won't feel that right now. I feel the world's against him. It's a lonely place up there.
You know, when he goes home and
100.
reflects on his week and watches some of it back and hopefully picks up on some of the things that both you and I have spotted that are not necessarily flaws, but just things that need just finely tweaking. One of the things that we both agree on.
49. Bram, you require
If
161.
A is the starting point of the throw and B is the end of the drawback, it's the acceleration between points B and C, which is the
65.
release. It's too
Too
quick.
quick.
Not necessarily the tempo. People get confused. It's not how quick you throw your 3 darts. It's that acceleration from point B to the release point. That's just too quick.
55.
You lose control.
Bram, you require 96.
Amen. That was a safe big 18 there.
56.
Very early on Monday, went for double-double with his opponent not on a finish. I think he learnt a little bit. That moment that he won't be used to standing behind a player for probably feel about 25 seconds.
96. Bram, you require 40.
Get back in this match.
Game shot on the third
Nice
leg.
little adjustment
Bram
with
van
dart
Dijk.
2.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw
Only a
first.
hold, so
Game
he's
on.
going to be desperately searching for a break.
Some of the final games in the last 32 at the UK qualifying school, all 5 each. James Hurrell in a tight one after a big win over Scott Mitchell.
137.
He's going all the way.
97.
40 points the lead, plus these. Finds the treble.
83. 100.
Very nicely thrown darts there from Bram. It's the reaction from him. He knows he threw them well. Sometimes you don't always get the rewards. I do like what I see from him.
Clark will like seeing that. Don't like that too much. You can see what he thought of it with the expression
140.
on his face.
Oh, that's the most you'll get from him. I think I've seen more facial expression than I've ever seen. There's a
Jamie
sign.
Atkins has
58.
got the better of
Match
Jim
required,
McHugh and produced a
141.
beautiful 12-dart leg to get it done. 6-5.
Jim McHugh will be sick with that one. Who's in control of that match.
He was. So some 3 top 16 matches getting underway. Steve Lennon against Matthew Denon. Patrick
50.
Linsky up against Darren Armstrong of Scotland. And Colin Osborne against Justin Hood. Simple as that.
180. Matt,
He
you
gets all
required
the elements
91.
right. That's what he can produce.
Why is Matt laughing? Strange reaction after Matt Clark. It's as if to say,
59.
isn't it typical? My
Bram, you
opponent, it's a
required
180.
66.
He hasn't been doing that today. That's how I read it. Will he stay there? Double 80. If this goes,
Game
he is
shot on the
so
fourth
in this
leg.
match right now.
Bram van Dijk.
And I
Well,
think Matt Clark's reaction there was someone saying, I don't believe this is happening again.
Fifth
Yeah,
leg,
he's
it's Bram
still-
to throw first.
still finding
Game
it.
on.
A little amusing now.
90.
Got the rhythm, he's got the speed, but now he's got that moment there just to reflect where he's in. Yes, you can just see him there. Calm down. That's a strange old smile there from Matt Clark. He's someone very frustrated at the moment, let me tell you that.
Probably
99.
thinking, you pesky kids.
Glad you said pesky.
46.
And there's the inconsistency. Just when you begin to think Bram's taking control, that's what he'll have to. That's the next element for his game. That'll come with time. That'll come with patience. That'll come with practice. But I like what he's doing there. Deep in thought. He's not looking around. His concentration levels are good.
60.
And you like to hear that. Just looking at the scores. You're just everything right, miss.
$96.
Yeah, it's just the speed. Like we say, the acceleration through the release. If he can regulate that and get a consistent
97.
speed of release, his game will become more consistent.
And he'll get that with feel. He'll know when he's throwing the right dart.
45.
Even now, when the odd time I have a bit of a practice session, you just have a. It doesn't last very long. Where before it would maybe last half an hour, maybe it lasts half a leg, but
140.
you still feel it, and you just think, I know where it is, right on the end of my throat.
50. 57. Matt, you require 105.
Like a spin of a coin, all of a sudden, it's Matt Clark on the reel up now. That smile has gone, and now it's the growl. Treble 15. Set it up nicely.
53.
Bram van Dijk would be disappointed
Bram, you
after
require
15 darts he's left on this
167.
167. This would be spectacular.
$99. Matt, you require 52.
Yeah, big moment of this match. It's a 2-2. It's on the throw of Bram van Dijk. Matt Clark is going to get 2 darts to break the throw. And you would feel he'd be serving out for the match. Important moments.
Biggest double of the match for Matt Clark.
32.
He gets nowhere near.
Bram, you require 68.
Quick impression of what I was doing last week. There's no point me saying you shouldn't be doing that, Matt, because that's exactly what I did. 1 dart and a double for Bram.
Game shot on
I
the
tell
fifth
you what,
leg.
Matt Clark
Bram
will
van
have
Dijk.
steam coming out of his ears right now. If this was a cartoon.
6th leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Just throwing a little apology there at the referee for whatever happened. Might have been just a little bit of a noise. Look how quick those darts
140.
were. So visually we can see he won't be able to see that. Like I say, just you're playing on incredible frustration.
60.
It's easy sat here. It's easy giving advice sat in this chair. But Matt Clark, when he's playing with a bit more pace, is not thinking of the negativity and he's playing better.
Well, I think with that little bit more pace, it allows him to play with a bit more freedom.
134.
He's frustrated. We know how good he is, and he's always at his best when he's at his methodical, Matt Clark. But when you're not playing at your best, you're overthinking everything. You
140.
think the world's against you. You think, why is he getting 140s? He wasn't doing that earlier.
As a player, I can use an example. Brendan Dolan completely changed the pace of his game and, well, put his career back on track.
Because he found rhythm.
Correct.
That
43.
little devil that jumps on your shoulder to say, yeah, but this. You don't do that. You're eliminated because you're thrown faster.
You
58.
don't give the brain enough time to engage the negativity.
Yeah, that's why I think you don't often, the players who go downhill quickly, the players who are more methodical. And we're seeing it with Peter Wright at the moment. Will hopefully find his way out of it. But
Yeah, he's trying to be too measured, isn't he? He's trying to be too accurate.
you try to search for perfection.
81.
Perfection that's not there.
Well, players have come close to mastering the game, but I don't think it's a game that can be totally mastered.
54.
I've always
Matt,
said
you
that
require
master will come out of
103.
Asia. I think there's a Chinese, Japanese player that will one day master this game. 82
Well, if
left.
the targets were big at soft tip, because a few of them have almost mastered it, then maybe, but I'd like to see him make the target smaller, not keep making them bigger.
63.
That was to go the distance in this game.
$81. Matt, you require 40.
For a level game, a bit of insurance for Bram. He will have the darts in the decider.
If it goes the decider.
20. Bram, you require 108.
I wouldn't like to be in the players area if this 108 goes in, because Matt Clark might need a few moments. He should have won his last game. He's going to be back.
56. Matt, you require 20.
In this shorter two-day group, can't afford to drop too many games.
Positive, he is so good on double 10. He doesn't want to go to that nasty double 5. However, that's been kind to him as well. So, wow.
Six.
This
Disaster.
is not Matt Clark. Every time he's been here, he's been absolutely
Bram, you require
brilliant.
52.
That's a sorry sight for him right there, because his previous game he should have won, he lost. And Van Dijk
Game, shot,
takes
and
that
the
one,
match.
and Matt
Bram
Clark will
Van
be one
Dijk.
extremely disappointed individual, and that'll be difficult to bounce back. But look at the bounce in the stride there of Bram Van Dijk. He needed that win. He strides off there. There was nothing to separate early doors. Matt Clark at the ascendant, but Bram Van Dijk, he gets over the line, and he gets his first 2 points of the day. Two legends coming up next. It's Andy Hamilton against Trina Gulliver.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for this, the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Bram Van Dijk get the better of Matt Clark by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, Andy Hamilton and Trina Gulliver are in action. The pair are Circus Tavern bound in the middle of February and a date with the World Seniors Darts Championship. But as far as today is concerned, well, they're both in differentiating form. Andy Hamilton yet to pick up a defeat. Trina Gulliver looking for her first win. In comms, Glenn and Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, Andy will be looking to continue his unbeaten run thus far. Along with Simon
5.
Preston, who is up next. Them two are the only 2 unbeaten in the field.
81.
Well, not the start expected there from Andy Hamilton.
Simon and Andy will clash in the penultimate match of the day. That could be to determine
100.
who the overnight leader will be and who will be in pole position in terms of qualification for Saturday night.
100.
Yeah, it's 10 years now, isn't it, since Trina got a MB8? Keith Deller this year, wasn't it?
Yeah, Keith's got one, yeah. Well, it was 9 years to the day,
78.
Glenn, when you were involved in an absolute epic. As was I. 14 years or, no, 10 years prior to that. No,
68.
13 or 14 years prior to that against Martin Adams.
Yes, and he's in town tonight, is Martin. Last time I see Martin, it was in front of 12,000 people in a gala in Germany. I wasn't told that when I got the invite. My
92.
exhibition's about 80 people.
And a discussion we had not too long after that defeat, which, well, reap rewards for you. It was a lesson, not a loss.
81.
My goodness, didn't you learn?
That was, I don't know, quite an honest podcast with Dan Dawson recently, and what's your favourite ever game? And obviously, beating Michael Van Gerwen at Blackpool was close, but the best one I ever had was a loss.
125.
I didn't really come off too disappointed. And yeah, sometimes you have to learn to lose before you can win. But I got the belief then that I'm not just a Super League county player.
45. And you require 101.
But it's great he's here tonight. Hamilton was a very slow start of this match. He'll have been practicing this type of finish. Is what he likes to do. He'll hit a big 17 and say to Trina, can you hit the 126?
61. Trina, you
Well, the
require
last time she was here,
126.
Took out 126. 419s and ball. Ooh, that's a wild one.
80. And you require 40.
Yeah, I was beginning to feel embarrassed after losing last week, going back into players' area. He'll want to get a campaign up and running, but Andy won't give anything away. It was a very slow start there from Andy. But he gets over the line.
Second leg, it's
That is
Trina
9 legs on the spin for
Game
Trina.
on.
First player in to the quarterfinals at Q School on day one of stage 2, Patrick Linsky, beating Darren Armstrong 6-1.
40.
McGurk on the verge of joining him. Justin Hood has joined him. He's beaten Colin Osborne 6-1. McGurk 5-2 up on Justin Smith.
Justin Smith, I've been infuriated sat while he's been on this stage, sat
100.
in this seat, because there's a player that can average 70 and 120 on the same within 2 matches.
60.
Crabtree, who's been predominantly averaging in the 70s today, is involved in an absolute thriller with Thomas Lovely. 2-2. Crabtree 105. Lovely on 101. Lennon and Denon locked at 4-4.
135.
Amy Atkins 2-1 up on George Killington. Borland 1-0 down to Hurrell. And Ashley Coleman 1-0 up on Bolton.
It's funny because if
60.
James Hurrell gets a card, I know how much that would benefit someone like Jim Williams. But just to have that right person to sit with, it's so, so important.
Well, that's the one thing
that
you had, wasn't it? You had a
180.
real solid group on the same, in the same promotional stable.
60. And you require 86.
Never the easiest having conversation with Adam Gaulis and Jose de Souza, like, but that's another story. Double 16 for Hampton for an 11 darter.
I think he was walking, Glenn.
I think I was too.
54.
Trainer a long, long way back. Just going through the gears here is Andy Hamilton.
$45. And you require 32.
Remember, this is for 3 wins on the spin. A victory here for Andy. Doesn't want to mess about too much on here because he'd be feeling fairly chipper with himself right now. You can see him chattering away to yourself.
16.
Yeah, you just want to get it done ASAP and start to build some momentum. Winning's all well and good and the priority, but you want to prove to yourself by going up there and putting in a good
60.
performance that
And you require
you
16.
can reflect on and build on.
And as Henry alluded to, they could be playing in the World Seniors next month, so you don't forget a game 4 weeks prior, that's for sure. So you can get the bragging rights very early.
Aim shot on the second leg.
And right now it's looking
Andy
good for Andy
Hamilton.
Hamilton. He threw a dart early on that where he thought it was in. And that one he thought was in.
Third
Wasn't.
leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
just looks at peace with himself these days, Andy, doesn't he?
Yeah, very much so.
I saw a very angry Andy
46.
Hamilton as he was about to lose his card. Now I'm just seeing someone who's honestly great company, I have to say.
Yeah, I've had some great times with Andy.
100.
I think when you're at peace with yourself and you accept, okay, well, my career is going to go in a slightly different direction.
180.
allows you, again, to just be at peace with yourself.
Every time we see this side on view, the players can't miss.
140.
That is a beautiful throw, trainers, whereas Andy, it's just the mechanics of the arm. If he can bring that flight just to his left eye. That one was just a little short. And that last one is this
83.
quick dart where there's just no forward press. It's just bringing the dart back. That is a really nice throw of trainers. Just a little lift of the elbow, which
45.
never used to be there. The fantastic video on YouTube that John Law did in 1984. He mastered the game very early. And I'd argue with anyone if there's a better throw ever than John Law's.
Yeah, in terms of the mechanics of the
100.
throw, for sure. Trina won you. Didn't she have a higher average in the final than the men's final one year?
Yes. I think they played the best of three. I mean, it's fantastic the way the women's games come on, but just...
I think she averaged 95.
60.
No doubt
and
she'll
you
do that
require
against me at the
92.
seniors and smash me all over. Just has that luxury.
52.
Yeah,
Trina, you
good.
require
Once again,
156.
great camera work there of just the routes that these players are going now. The double-double is such a big part, but Trina needs something today. Can it be this? 156, Trina Gulliver.
138. And you require 40.
That's because the chatting next door, you can see the ups of players, the downs of players, and I think Andy wanted that one to go just as much as Trina did.
Game shot on the third
But I
leg.
like that.
Andy Hamilton.
That's professionalism, that by Andy Hamilton. No sentiment when you're up there, it's business. Hamilton leads
Fourth leg,
3-0.
it's Trina to throw first. Game on. $180.
Quality darts and Trina. Just sense it's hammer time.
180.
Four 180s in this match.
40.
Well, we're waiting for something very, very special this
180.
week. We had an unbelievable moment with Michelle van der Horst. He wired the double 12 for a 141. I've had one
41.
attempt to shout
And
at
you
it.
require
Come on, Chris Mason,
141.
give us the 141.
No.
Oh, miss.
Well, it's not on until they get to the double, is it?
81. $60. Andy requires 60.
Andy Hamilton seems to thrive when he's challenged. He looks cool, calm and collected today. There's the under treble 20.
Game
That
shots.
is
and
super
the
dart from
match,
Andy Hamilton.
Andy
That was an 11
Hamilton.
darter to finish. And that was one-way traffic. The 156 attempt from Trina was her real highlight there. Been a difficult day so far. Again, the camaraderie between the players is one thing. But Andy Hamilton, look how happy he is and not surprised with numbers like that. 95.43, 11 darter. And nearly went close to the 9 darter too. Perfect game there for Andy Hamilton. Next up, it's Simon Preston against Colin McGarry.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Colin McGarry in action up next against Simon Preston. McGarry looking to get his second win in 3 today. As for Simon Preston, well, he's made the perfect start to life at the Super Series. He's won both of his matches so far. And before the break, we saw Andy Hamilton make it 3 from 3, beating Trina Gulliver by 4-0. Who's going to win this one? Let's find out with Chris Mason and Glenn Dowant.
Thank you, Henry. On a slight correction.
First leg, it's Simon
It
to
was
throw first.
higher
Game
average from
on.
Trina in the semi-final. It was in the final. That final was between Klassen and Barneveld, where Klassen actually won that final with a 90.42. Trina won her semi-final with an average in excess of 95.
100.
This type is one I've been waiting for because, well, we don't quite know what we're going to get from either player.
137.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Colin McGarry for his move for me. I wouldn't say a last
80.
chance saloon, but he didn't start the day as well as we'd hoped.
They have met before. World Seniors Darts Tour 1 back in March of 2023, and it was a
59.
4-1 win for McGarry. Preston has the darts. Spells, been impressed.
Yeah, he finished his last game, didn't he? Matt Clark
140.
absolutely looked dejected because Matt Clark dominated that match for a large part of it. What like do we think? I mean, Matt Clark is up next against Andy Hamilton.
100.
And on the back of Andy Hamilton averaging over 95. You got a fear for Matt Clark in that one.
McGarry can go as high as
45.
second with a win here. Like I said, we've waited for these types of moments for Colin because we've been talking about the fact he's been bottom or second from bottom. Got to take these chances.
41.
And I
Simon,
wouldn't
you
give
require
Simon Preston a lead after
136.
what I've seen so far.
Had a throw
40.
that
Colin, you require
reminds me. I'm not sure if it's Mickey
164.
Mansell or someone like that.
Yeah, it's somebody. I mean, I come across my face similar to that.
100.
Sorry, I'm a fan of
Simon, you
that
require
throw.
96.
Down to that business part of the leg, and it's Simon's darts. For 81 left.
He's been good at these recovery darts, and he is again. Double 12.
84. Colin, you require
That
64.
black barrel, I think he thought that was in. You don't see them fly in the air like the silver barrel. Well, he needs the big 16, and that.
32. Simon, you require 12. Nine.
Well, McGarry shouldn't
Colin,
be
you
back,
require
Mace.
32.
No,
he is.
and he will be furious to have not got a dart initially on the 64. Got to make hay. This is super awkward.
Game shot
That
the
is
first
an incredible
leg.
dart.
Colin
Cannot
McGarry.
begin to explain if you don't play and you're just a fan of how difficult that is
Second
to
leg,
do.
it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
You literally, there can't be a single flaw in the release.
And the fact of the circumstance of that leg where your opponent's on a finish, you've missed big numbers.
100.
Are we going to see him kick on from here? Start looking at the in-play table. With it being a two-day event, but the point I'm trying to make here is the importance for Colin McGarry at this point.
Yeah, it's a must-win game.
60.
And start looking at the top of the table. Remember, this man in your picture right now has never been in that shot when we played the in-play table in Group A.
83.
And when he goes back to the players' area, if he can get a win in this match here, he'll start seeing himself in a position he can start thinking about Saturday night. And I believe that's when we'll see a more relaxed McGarry.
45.
He's already got the game against table-topping Andy Hamilton out of the way.
Yeah, he's got Group
60.
A all over again with Bram and Matt Clark.
The 140.
100.
Get him right back in the leg. But McGarry can't afford a troublous visit here. Yeah, and he will start to leave himself vulnerable.
100.
Great ton.
$121. Colin, you require 158. $58.
Yeah, good board management. Just the execution of the treble not there, but he has left a two-darter. That's the positive.
I expect Preston to be lower than a ton here, though.
60. Colin, you require 100.
Treble 20 for tops for 2-0. Treble 15 for tops.
60. Simon, you require
Tidies up in the end.
115.
Yeah, he tidies up, and like I said, the luck he had in Group A, players were checking out on 1-1-5s against him. Doesn't seem to be happening in this Group C campaign, and McGarry
41.
should
Colin, you
grow from
require
this.
40.
This is for a commanding lead.
Seen him have these before.
Game
And
shot
then
the
not.
second leg. Colin McGarry.
Finish the game off.
Yeah, good shout. How many times
Third
was
leg,
he
it's Simon
2-0
to
up
throw
in Group
first.
A?
Game on.
And looking good.
This time he's 2-0 up and not looking so good.
Or maybe he might produce the two good legs that we've seen him have
24.
in Group A. Most of the time he was up around the ton average after two legs and then just fell off a cliff.
100.
Yeah, Preston was providing darts like this against Matt Clark, and then he just put the afterburners on. It was roundabout now.
100. $45.
Players through to the last 8. at Q School. Justin Hurd beats Colin Osborne 6-1. Steve Lennon just edges out Matthew Dennant 6-5. Killington edges out Atkins 6-5. McGurk edges out
96.
Justin Smith 6-5. Patrick Linsky 6-1. Crabtree edges out Lovely 6-5. And Andy Bolton gets the better of Ashley Coleman 6-4.
60.
I barely mentioned Andy Bolton today. I think people sort of raised an eyebrow when I said he was one of the best amateur players in the world, players without a tour card.
Currently, Willie Borland
35.
is 5-4 up on James Hurrell.
Well, I'm definitely doing better in the players who I said would get through from Europe. Darius Labanauskas is down to the quarterfinals. Chris Landman's down to the quarterfinals.
99.
Christine Kist. And my big one was Wesley Plazier. I'm doing much better there. Surprise and loss for Jules Van Dongen there against Lucas Fennig. And Pooh Hart from New Zealand. He's out also.
45.
Lucas Fennig won a week down here and then decided to play in a players'
57.
championship on a reserve call-up than play Champions Week, which I always found to be a bizarre decision.
$41.
Really
Colin,
competitive,
you
that.
require 140.
Q skill.
Let's take a ton from here.
Been pretty straightforward, this one for McGarry, hasn't it? No dramas.
60.
Treble there would have been
Simon, you
nice.
require 160.
Got work to do on the 80.
55. Colin, you require 80.
He does need to keep straight.
Game shot on the third leg.
Clinical.
Colin McGarry.
50% on his doubles at the moment. He's forgotten his scoring boots, but
Fourth leg, it's Colin
going
to
along
throw
okay,
first.
and he's seeing the
Game on.
funny side of it. And has the darts here to wrap it up 4-0, which will do his leg difference, no harm whatsoever.
And great to see that smile. That was the thing that's overriding for me.
59.
He's just getting the rub of the green in Group C. He's probably playing not at the level he was in Group A. But now he's winning legs, and I think he becomes more dangerous. But remember, this is when he kicked in Mr. Preston
125.
against Matt Clark.
Back comes McGarry.
180.
Willie Borland is into the quarters, beats James Hurrell 6-4.
I think that's the story of Q School. I've even got
Agreed.
I've even got a screen print of where he finished on that.
41.
United Kingdom Q School ranked. He was the last player to qualify. Where have you been, Colin
140.
McGarry?
$140. Colin, you require 122.
Well, he was aggressive. He went for it.
It's been a bit of a theme of his play. Number 19 will leave him a ton. Ooh, lost the line
47.
completely.
Colin, you require 25.
This is to go into a clear second place above
Game,
Simon Preston.
shot, and the match.
Clean, confident,
Colin
and
McGarry.
clinical in the end for Colin McGarry. And look again what it means to these players. And for Simon Preston, it was a fantastic start to the day, and then a brilliant comeback against Matt Clark. Well, he'll be left deflated with that one, but let's give the plaudits and the credit to Colin McGarry. It's been a difficult week. Is he just beginning to find his form? He moves into second place. But in first place, remember, it's Andy Hamilton, and he's up next. He plays Matt Clark.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Colin McGarry get the better of Simon Preston by 4-0. This is what we've seen so far on day one of Group C here at the Live Lounge. In poor surprise, that 4-0 win for Annie Hamilton against Trina Gulliver. And as we have a look at the league standings, well, there's one man standing at the top of the pile. Colin McGarry getting his second win before the break, stopping Simon Preston from having the perfect start. But talking about perfection itself, Andy Hamilton is the man at the top of the table, the only player to win every game so far today. He is 3 from 3, and he has the opportunity to make it 4 from 4 when he takes on Matt Clark. Hamilton, well, he made it through to the second stage of Q School. He elected to stay here at the Super Series as opposed to play in Milton Keynes today. And he is in action up against Matt Clark in our next match. If Clark wins this, he can pull it back to within a couple of points. Watching this one down in commentary, it is Chris and Glenn.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, if there's a bad time to play Andy Hamilton, it's on the back of his best performance of the day, which was last time out, where he won 4-0 with a 95.43 average at 4-1-8s and 40% on his doubles. And he will be buoyed by that performance, and I expect something similar from him here.
Well, this is where darts can sometimes come and bite you on the bottom, because
First
you would
leg, it's Matt
expect
to
a
throw
fantastic
first.
performance
Game
from Andy
on.
Hamilton and a total out of sorts Matt Clark right now, that there's only one winner. But I've seen too many times at the MODUS Super Series where it's a total opposite of what you think, and it gets to a stage now, a must couple of wins for this man, and I didn't think I'd be saying that on the Thursday afternoon.
140.
Yep, you are spot on, Glenn. Seen a player on the back of a defeat that will have smarted last time out for Matt Clark.
100.
He was a loser to Bram, 4-2, in a match that, well, he looked like he was going to dominate, but 2 from 15 on the doubles was his downfall. And what could sometimes happen, Glenn, you go, all right, okay, that's the way it's going to be, and you'll just come out and throw
40.
darts. And that sometimes is the trigger to put in a good performance.
Yeah, he hasn't had time to stew, has he, Matt? He's been pretty much straight back up, but the anger that when he walked in that players area, knowing what I know of Matt,
140.
but the hammer, and like I said, it's not a surprise to me. Really enjoyed his company, his time, and just been watching his dart, and he's been putting on a terrific show for the crowds in the exhibitions as well. And you start thinking, how can I produce that
121.
relaxation that he seems to have in his life right now? Just beginning to show. I was so surprised and disappointed when he was at the MODUS Super Series last time. He's got them 3 wins under the spin, and everybody's thinking just one more win. The tough one. I
31.
think he'd fancy his chances in his final game against Simon Preston, so he's possibly saying to himself, if I can beat Matt Clark here, I'm going through the card.
Agreed.
$95.
Oh, then, Mace, give me a name out of those 16 that are left.
Well, the 4 quarterfinals
the 8, sorry.
better get underway. Justin Hood against Lennon, Killington against McGurk, Crabtree against Bolton, and then it's
Linsky Borland.
140. Matt, you require 105.
I'm going to go for George Killington.
Good shout as we look at Matt Clark on 105. Also likes the treble 15 route. Plum himself that 1 second.
Game
That's the
shot on
reason he
the
does
first
that.
leg.
He just gives
Matt
himself
Clark.
that little moment. That was pretty cool
Second
under
leg,
the
it's Andy to throw
circumstances.
first. Game on. $100.
Dear me, miss. I was thinking, surely these two have met each other over the years. Just the 18 times.
I literally, at the exact time you were looking at it, I was looking at it myself, and it's 13-5 favour of Hamilton. But the
93.
last time they did play was, oh, almost a year ago. And it was a win for Matt Clark. In fact, she's won their last 2 meetings.
60.
Andy went on a run from 2004, 2009, so a 5-year run where he didn't lose a game against Matt Clark.
56.
And that's over a 10-match period.
Tell you what, the snarl is back, isn't it?
45.
Rice smile when some of the players were coming back of, here we go again. He knows the importance of this match. And the Hammer stand up to it.
$100.
Well, the Hammer's actually throwing the shaped dart that Matt Clark started, this torpedo style. Isn't it a story, Mace, where Andy Hamilton's old darts were like £7 set from a local shopper, which I won't mention?
They were. They're very much like the darts Chaz Barstow
57.
uses.
And he required 152.
As he got more successful, did have his own brand of dart, which he has now, of course. Not changed massively over the years.
92.
Once again, good board management there from the Hammer. Nothing Clark can do. Well, there is something you can do.
121.
You can put some pressure on this 60.
And he requires 60.
I was hoping a couple of trebles there will have made Hammer think. But all you say as a player, just give myself an opportunity. There's that unique way of going for 60.
40. Matt, you require 93.
Well, I fully expect Matt to start on the bull. But he also, what he's thinking, this is a bit of a freebie. I didn't expect to be back. So shall I be aggressive? And shall I go the treble 19 or is it the bull? Is the bull? Well, I was right the first time, yeah.
Well, our spotter had it spot on. I was thinking maybe, as you say, Glenn, because it was a bit of a free hit.
53.
Could have afforded to gone a bit aggressive. I mean, the ball route,
And he required 20.
mathematically, is the right shot.
I would say it's a more old school shot. But 1-1.
I think the players nowadays are just so confident of hitting a treble. They see going at the ball as a negative.
15.
Yeah, I'll go back to some commentary you did a long time ago. Well,
Matt, you
not
require
on national
40.
TV, where you said you can't hit a treble with one of your 2 darts. Then you shouldn't be expected to be there.
Game shot on the second
2-0 to
leg.
Clark. We did
Matt
warn you
Clark.
at the beginning of this. The heavy favourite was Andy Hamilton going into this one. Never write off Matt Clark.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
It's Matt Clark that's the heavy favourite now. He's 1-7. Andy 9-2 in running. Before the off, they went 4-5, 10-11. But I should have just checked back because they were the odds of this morning, which
59.
on reflection of Matt Clark's poor performances and the fact that Andy Hamilton was favourite, I'm sure they would have changed prior to this match starting.
Yeah, we had a little chat beforehand about what you should eat before this marathon Modus Super Series.
89.
Well, yesterday I was sat in this comms box and I was so hungry. Every time I seen the word chief, I was seeing the word chef. And I've just looked at the head-to-head between these two and I said they've played in the Dessert Classic. Or it's the Desert Classic. That moment where I'm getting just a touch
59.
hungry.
Yeah, the wonderful Desert Classic in Vegas. That was always a a lovely trip. Didn't get to play darts in front of many people, but it's a great trip.
I think that was one of the highlights last year, the Madison Square Garden, to see that
140.
incredible crowd in America, in New York. I mean, I know there's a lot of expats, a lot of Brits going over for that, but it was just great to see a big crowd like that in America, North America.
Yeah, I always fascinated me why they stuck with Vegas when you've got places like Boston
59.
that have a massive darts following, and yeah, and a lot of Irish there, of course, who love their darts, as we know from the events held in Ireland and Northern Ireland, of
98.
course, the Premier League.
This is the more methodical of Matt Clark right now. Talking an awful lot about
97.
when he speeds up his game, but he's in total control right now and feels that he's at his best at that pace. I'm looking at a 1-3-4 here. Can't be done now.
58.
That gives a chance here for Clark. We're still searching for our first 180 in this match. What do you give for one right now?
$100. And he required 116.
So many players gone the 19, so one would say, I think the way Andy's looking at that is, I wish I had now. A fantastic angle, because I thought that was in for a second. I think the hammer did.
60. Matt, you require
What are we gonna get?
127.
127 in game.
Could be, it's on. Look at the 17 bed, single or treble. Didn't even consider the treble. It's bullseye for a 3-0 lead.
94. And he required
Had it gone in,
56.
we would have got a smile from Charlie Coulstevine.
Thought you were going to say off Matt Clark. Then I was going to say you're joking.
Surely.
Game show on the third leg.
It's the
Andy
way he kisses off
Hamilton.
the tungsten as well. We saw it with the 4-4, the 18 combination earlier.
Yeah, he's very good at that.
Fourth leg, it's
Very
Andy to
adept.
throw first. Game on.
Following the previous dart. I mean, sometimes you get a ricochet and it goes in the 5-5. Seems to work very well for the hammer. He's back in this match. Remember, that was a breaker throat.
Needs to build on that now.
100.
Good rhythm from the hammer.
$100.
Man, George Killington averaging over 105 at the moment.
Yep, 2-1 up on Shane McGurk. Andy Bolton, 2-0 up on Cam Crabtree.
96.
Lennon and Justin Hurd locked at 2-2. Willie Borland, 3-1 up on Patrick Linsky.
If you get to the quarter-final, you're thinking good. Semi-final, you know, I'll take that. You can get yourself to a final, of course. You're putting yourself in a fantastic position.
140.
This Matt Clark is in this match right now. 40 ahead. Hammer needs a big one.
What is there? 4 automatics, and then is it 9 on the
I think
order
there's
of merit?
9 or 10. I'm not sure if there was something happening with Corey
100.
Cadby's card, and I think it's 13/14.
Yeah, the points you get from just making a final. You'll have another steady couple of days, a couple of last 16s, then you'll be right in the mix. He's right in the mix here. Can't find
140.
the first max of the match.
Yeah, Clark's took his average over 90 for the first time today. Tell you what, makes this group wide open if Clark does win this match. 85 left.
135.
Great record
Matt,
dance
you
in the
require
pair of them.
121.
The 3-1. The pool 2 clear again. Treble 17. Ball.
96.
Weight of dart was spot on.
Andy requires 70.
No reaction. That's why. Double 6. Big dart.
58.
That was a big moment. Matt Clark once again didn't look. This is
Matt,
for a
you
breaker
require
throw.
25.
2-leg lead and to be one away. So the importance of these next 3 darts is reflected. Sternness of that face. Look at the snarl.
Oh, that was close.
21. Andy required 12.
Well, a hammer like us was watching it on the telly. That's just on the right-hand side of the stage there. I think he knew it wasn't in. Mark really shouted no as that dart didn't go in.
Andy Hamilton be shouting, yeah.
6. Matt, you require 4. Game shot on the 4th lay. Matt Clark.
Fighting his own battles there is Matt Clark. And for anyone who's just watching,
5th
Matt
leg, it's
Clark
Matt
maybe
to
for
throw
the first
first.
time, you
Game
don't
on.
often see any emotion from him.
I just think he's so frustrated this week. But if he can pick out a 4-1 hit win here, he will join a group of 3 on,
140.
well, in joint second position, but all on 4 points.
That's how tight it would be. The Hammer does lose this game because the Hammer was looking like running away with this Group C. This
134.
victory here for Matt Clark tightens everything. McGarry could be the big winner here. Matt Clark wins this match, but still all to play for. The Hammer ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, McGarry up next against Bram van Dijk. And if McGarry can get a win and
82.
Matt Clark convert this lead into a win, Colin McGarry could go top.
Perfect for Hammer.
100.
That last start without the forward press again. That's something new, as we've mentioned. But absolutely advantage to this man in your picture right now. He can find a couple of trebles here. You could see that winning line.
Willie Borland getting close to the winning line and a place in the semis. He leads 4-1 against Patrick
59.
Linsky. Lennon and Hood having a cracker. 4-3 to Lennon. Killington 4-1 up on Shane McGurk. Andy Bolton 3-1 up on Cam Crabtree.
I think Crabtree's got away with one
55.
today again. He's averaging 80 now. Like I said, that
Where
cup-
he's been in and around that number all day.
well, you're looking at 4 through from the so it's like 4 and then 9 from the table. So these players in the quarterfinals are
60.
putting themselves in a good position. In a good position right now is Matt Clark. These are difficult moments for the Hammer. Beginning to drift underneath that treble. These
56.
are difficult times for Andy Hamilton
Matt
right now. He just
require
tries to pat himself on the
160.
thigh there. Matt Clark, who has been through some trials and tribulations, some ups and downs today. This match, this Group C has been swings and roundabouts. Can he finish on a positive?
100.
Q School's in
And you
Milton Keynes. There's
require
plenty of roundabouts there.
156.
That had to go, you feel. And we did say at the beginning of this game, don't be surprised if you see the best performance of the day from Matt Clark.
132.
Good pressure from Hamilton, but in the hands of the experienced Matt Clark.
requires
He's been in his
60.
position a 1,000 times. The process won't change. Will the outcome be the same?
Yeah, Hamilton, 10 points off the pace of his previous game. Single 20 and tops to pick up a really valuable 2 points and a win over table topping
40.
Andy Hamilton. Not to beat.
And he required 24.
Chattering away there. I don't think Andy is appreciating that.
Is absolutely silent in there. And his
Game
friend,
shot on
but
the fifth
again,
leg.
showing that
Andy Hamilton.
skill to just slide down the previous dart. Now 3-2.
Sixth
Andy
leg. It's
with
Andy to
throw.
throw first. Game on.
With a hold here. Go to a decider.
$61.
Needs to remain calm, but it might be a good thing that blood's going through the body of Andy Hamilton right now. At his best, he would snarl and growl like the very best of them.
Willie Borland through to the semis. 6-1 win over Patrick Linsky. He's the first player
59.
through. Do you have a check on that X to see if we did have any questions come in, Glenn? Great 140 from Andy. Just what he needed. 142 points clear, minus these.
Yeah, just a question off Henry Deacon. What we doing for tea?
100.
Steve Lennon through against Justin Hood. 6-3.
83.
See that? He thought that was a 140. I thought it was a 140, Andy.
Matt Clark needs a 140.
Just flip-flopping this game, isn't it? And I tell you what, Clark, I'm just going back to his two previous games where he was in utter control
100.
of them. Those missed start at the double in the previous leg at 60. If this goes to 3-3. The better player right now is the man
81.
taking his dart out. Hammer is looking good for 3-3. This game is a real war of attrition. Just as this man usually likes them, he usually comes out on top in these.
$134. And he required 136.
And check it out, but he can leave it nice. Treble 20 and be very happy.
60.
Not to be. Chance for Clark
Matt,
here,
you
108
require
is one of those
108.
finishes dart players love.
Yeah, he's got a couple of options here. Loves 32 and top. So, yeah, treble 19 leaves double 16. See a lot of players now go the 417s.
I can't keep up with these modern ways of going now. Treble 19 is my route, but the first start there wasn't ideal for Clark. And
42.
even the setup play
And he requires 76.
continues to chatter away to himself. Six 16. Tops for 3-3.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Andy Hamilton.
We are going all the way.
Seventh and final leg. It's Matt to throw first. Game on. $60.
Something for Andy to get his teeth into. 60. As you can see, bang down the middle of the hockey. Sights the dart, bang down the middle of his body.
140.
Game 5, Matt Clark played Simon Preston.
100.
Was 3-1 up. Somehow lost that game. He looked angry as he walked off. Was cruising. 2-0 up against Bram van Dijk. Van Dijk came back and won that game 4-2. He was furious when he walked off the stage, was Matt Clark.
96.
He was to lose this game against Andy Hamilton. Stay clear.
It won't be a happy bunny.
$46.
Doesn't need to start in the 19s on 265, but I think he will. In control of this. Oh,
Game,
what
shot,
a way to
and
finish
the
that match.
Andy Hamilton.
For Matt Clark, it's deja vu once again. He's had control of 3 matches today, but Andy Hamilton, 4 wins out of 4. And boy, did he save his best 3 darts in the very end. The fire is in his belly, and he's actually moved on to 8 points there. Nothing to separate. It was a good old tussle between 2 players now who could be playing each other on the senior stage, but it's Andy Hamilton with that ridiculously good 170. He goes well clear, top of the table. What can Colin McGarry do about that? He's up next against Bram van Dijk. and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And what a match we've just had there. It was a real war of attrition, a game that went the absolute distance for Andy Hamilton with 4 wins out of 4 and a stunning, sublime 170 finish
First
to
leg,
boot.
it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And the player in second place is about to throw first in this game. Colin McGarry looks a lot more chipper than he has done all week. He can see himself in the top part of the table. It's the 4th time he's played Bram van Dijk today. This week, sorry. They played each other in the Group A campaign.
137.
You'd have to fancy McGarry in this one.
Yeah, I'm with you. As do the odds compilers.
60.
They go 4 to 6 McGarry. 4 to 9 McGarry. 13 to 8 for Bram van Dijk. Be nice for Conor McGarry to only
125.
see one name above him rather than looking up. He's now looking down. I want it to
85.
stay that way. As good as Andy's been, the leg difference isn't
55.
too big. Andy Hamilton on +9, McGarry on +6. In fact, he's the only one
58.
outside of Hamilton that's on a plus number in terms of leg difference.
Yeah, you can see a totally different pace to this game to the previous one, but it's actually Bram van Dijk out of the 3 games they've played already. Just leads the
100.
head-to-head by 2-1. So as much as you fancy Colin McGarry, who started lovely in this leg, it's this man who's had the winning edge when the pair have met in Group A.
27. Colin, you require 84.
But that carrot's dangling there, isn't it, Mace, for McGarry? He can go into clear second place with victory here.
72.
Andy Bolton eventually got the better of Cam Crabtree 6-5. So the semi-finals,
101.
Hugh School,
Colin,
Willie
you
Borland
require
takes
12.
on Bolton. So an all-Scottish affair. And Lennon will take on George Killington.
Game show on the
That's
first
a beautiful
leg.
last start because
Colin
there might have
McGarry.
been a consideration in his mind to maybe bust the score there. This is a
Second leg, it's
This is
Bram
a
to throw
better
first.
version
Game
of
on.
McGarry, but he knows there's extra gears to go. But look at last week. Chris Landman, not once during last week was he
100.
the best player. He just somehow found ways to win games that he needed to. He somehow got through Group B. He wasn't even great on finals night. But when it came to the crunch, could that be a similar story to this man in your picture now?
140.
Yeah, some players just find it hard to get their head around round robin play
100.
because we are traditionally so used to been playing in an environment where if you lose, you're out.
$41.
I think the big difference from that last game, as much as I enjoyed the scrap between
140.
Hamilton and it's just the pace of this game is just so more pleasing on the eye, isn't it?
You can tell they're both enjoying the pace of it.
140.
Colin McGarry
Bram,
will
you
be
require
aware of the threat from
161.
Bram. As you say, 4th meeting this week.
95.
A couple of options on Route 66 for Bram.
Bram, you require 66.
You can start with a bullseye, a treble 10. A double 18.
30. Colin, you require 120.
Well, he's had a 1-2-1 today on the ball. Oh. Well, he'd be amazed that that's not found the target.
60.
Yeah, that's
Bram,
the
you
beauty of
require
those long
36.
points where your target's still nice and wide.
28. Colin, you require 60.
Fine margins. And McGarry, who had 0 luck this week, he's
Game
getting
shot on the
all of it
second
today.
leg. Colin
And that's what he's
McGarry.
holding his hands. He's saying, I can't believe this is happening because everything I did in Group A, I was
Third
punished.
leg, it's Colin to
And
throw
today I'm
first.
giving
Game
opportunities
on.
to players. They're not taking it, and I'm bouncing back. Well, that's darts for you, Colin. And that's what he's holding his hands. He's saying, I can't believe this is happening because everything I did in Group A, I was punished. And today I'm giving opportunities to players. They're not taking it, and I'm bouncing back. Well, that's darts for you, Colin.
Yeah, what could go wrong? Group A.
The
vast majority of the time did go wrong.
180.
I think these two will have built up a friendship 4 days in that players area. Got some good battles on here already. And they seem to be bringing each other along here. Beautiful start to the leg.
140.
That is a bit unfortunate. Again, all round the target area, but a real chance to put this game beyond any kind of question. McGarry took a ball.
A bull was the
90.
shot, and bull that was hit.
$96. Colin, you require 91.
There's a real potential separation in this Group C right now. Simon Preston's up next. He'll have a big chance against Trainer.
51.
Sensible play by McGarry. Doing anything risky. Keeping it simple.
60. Colin, you require 40. Game shot
In
the
the
third
space
leg.
of 6 minutes,
Colin McGarry.
Colin McGarry leads 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on.
Just 48 darts for McGarry
100.
to get to this position of 3-0.
Wow.
180.
180.
Literally could have put him on the head of a 6-inch nail.
134.
His scoring's been great. He's been effective on the doubles.
$81.
The nod of the head from Chris Mason at the side of me because of the reaction from that 1 and the 20. Final dart treble there. Good stuff from Bram here.
100.
Another nice little sweet little 140 here for Colin. Going to put himself in a tremendous position here.
You sometimes feel with Bram, he's trying to put square pegs
60.
in round holes.
Bram, you require 167.
He's got 6 at this.
I wasn't so sure about Bram after about 9 darts on Monday.
79.
But he's got better and better and better. He's just walking into an exceptional performance here from the man from Northern Ireland. The way he's just motivating himself there. Little come on, he's saying to himself. He wants a 4-0.
$60.
I think it was the right decision to stay there. It's going to be always be a big ask, but chance for Van Dijk here on 88. That leaves tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well done
Bram
to the
Van
young man.
Dijk.
Yeah. Didn't panic. The hard work
Fifth
really
leg, it's
starts
Colin to
here
throw
with
first.
McGarry
Game on.
having the honour.
$100.
Yeah, there's lots of nodding of heads here in the comms box. It's played at a brisk pace. I think
81.
two players will respect each other after this week. Like I said, friendship and the camaraderie is shining through. But I think they're bringing the best out of each other. And this is the Colin McGarry I've been waiting for all week.
To be sponsored by Churchill.
140.
Oh, yes.
$100.
Effectively, one big visit away from getting this done and dusted.
85.
85's all right, as long as you follow it with a
60.
140 or a 136.
I think it's the beginning of the end right now. I don't expect Colin to be spraying them about here. However, that's not ideal. Just has to move across the hockey there. Wanted it left easier than this.
59.
Still a chance for young Van Dijk.
Trina Gulliver against Simon Preston to follow.
83. Colin, you require
That will
117.
be our final game of the 4th cycle of games. Rubber 19 and Tops gets it. Tops to wrap up a
77.
very good performance, but a puff of the cheeks from McGarry. It was a bit of a quick one, that.
Just nice to see the smile, and I think he's playing better darts because of that, Mason.
59.
I think
Colin,
that
you
could be the last
required
3 darts
40.
of Bram Van Dijk in this match. Just being played such a quick pace. That suited this man. To go clear second place. Double 10.
Game,
Colin
shot,
McGarry
and the
is
match.
really
Colin
impressing today.
McGarry.
And look at that friendship there. That's been built from when they first met on Monday. For Bram Van Dijk, he's once again just shown glimpses, mid-80 averages there for Bram. That's what we're expecting from him. He'll get better. But Colin McGarry's just beginning to look really, really solid. As we go on to that final game of the 4th matches, it's Trina Gulliver versus Simon Preston. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And we've just seen a real proper job from Colin McGarry, and he's put himself in a very secure second place. And the job for the man just retrieving his darts there, stood behind the legend that is Trina Gulliver. Is Simon Preston, and a victory over Trina here will just keep the pressure on McGarry and move him to 6 points. So an awful lot to play for. Where for Trina, she's just looking for something really to happen.
First leg, it's Trina to throw first.
One of the
Game on.
absolute legends of our game. It's fantastic to see her again here at the MODUS Super Series. It hasn't gone well today for Trina. A lot of those low darts there. But I think, Chris, this is a game where she
45.
might fancy her chances.
Yeah, and in fairness to her, she was a late call-up for Darryl Fitton, and like most people, I doubt she played a lot of darts over
100.
the Christmas and New Year period.
Yeah, I just kept thinking when I was up there, I'm getting legs in the bank because I think the priority for Trina will be the women's
59.
series come in, but
Yep.
also the World Seniors alongside Lisa and Dieter as well. So she'll be well represented. So I just kept thinking, as bad as things were going for me last week, I'm getting legs in the bank.
121.
Yeah, being in that competitive sphere is better than any type of practice on your own where you can easily get distracted
60.
or disinterested.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the performance of Simon Preston. He was the one I was doing most in relation to the homework. What did I know about him?
180.
Well, in his first game of the day, he was producing darts like that for fun. Didn't go perfect after that.
180.
Great darts, Trina.
Simon, you
Lovely
require
response.
100.
An 11 darter.
80. Trina, you require 157.
Did have a chance for a 10 earlier, didn't he? Oh, hello.
One 133. Simon, you require 20.
This has to go, Simon.
Game shot on the first
High,
leg.
wide and handsome with the
Simon
first one.
Preston.
You can just see there how important he knew that leg of
Second
darts.
leg,
With
it's Simon
Trina
to
sat
throw
there on a
first.
double.
Game on.
Superstar 14 dart. And a win here for Simon Preston.
55.
Like I said, the legs differences with Colin McGarry. But Colin McGarry has got Matt Clark coming up next. I don't care what Matt Clark we've got. That is always going to be a tough
100.
game.
Yeah, and then Simon Preston has Andy Hamilton in the game after that. And then we finish off with Bram against Trina.
100.
Just that beginning to be a separation if Clark does lose next. As Bram will fancy his chance against Trina in the last one.
100.
Well, semi-finals are underway at Q School. Day one of the final stage. Willie Borland and Andy Bolton in an all-Scottish affair, one apiece. And Ireland's
96.
Steve Lennon leads England's George Killington 2-0.
Yeah, super impressed with Steve Lennon today. Not once has anyone mentioned him. And of course, he's the player who's had the tour card for a long
66.
time. Still a young man.
Played okay in the Worlds.
$60.
Chris Landman and Mario Van Bahada looking good in their semi-finals as well. In fact, Chris Landman has just gone 2-0 up against Christian Kist.
83.
Darius Labanauskas went in the quarterfinals. Wesley Plazia went out in the quarterfinals. Guess who tipped them?
180.
That takes away the odd
Trina
number there, so it
required
was good thinking there from
152.
Sam. The treble was the real Brucey bonus. They had a good attempt on the 157 in the previous one.
40. Simon, you require 72.
40 and a Robin Hood. So many players are starting on the 16s on 72. You guarantee yourself pretty much a dart at tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, Steve
Simon
Lennon
Preston.
beat Owen Bates in the Worlds in round one.
Third leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
And then went down to Johnny Clayton. Always feels weird that a player can make round not just be in the Worlds, but
45.
make round two and still not have a tour card.
I think the year before, obviously, look, if he could have just saved it, I don't think he had an awful lot to defend this year. And that starts for he's bounced back
85.
very, very nicely today.
And now 3-0 up on George Killington. He Borland 2-1 up on Bolton.
41.
Yeah, we're getting to the conclusion of this Group C today. After this match, every single player will have played 4 games. Andy Hamilton still unbeaten. Colin McGarry beginning to demonstrate his real qualities. And this man with victory
59.
here, Simon Preston over Trina Gulliver. He'll put himself in a very, very tidy position going to the final games of the day.
95. $140. 100.
192 here, so my thought process would be the bullseye. Good
50.
thinking, Simon. Just that moment there of making it. He went to throw the dart at the 19s. This is good from Trina. And she get herself down to a finish.
60. Simon, you
He
require
does, but it's a biggie.
167. $57. Trina, you require 160. $44. Simon, you require 110.
She wasn't happy with them darts. Treble 18, you feel, is the shot.
I probably would have stayed there with that guide.
54.
See, it's the
Trina,
Michael Smith
require
thing now. I think a lot of young
160.
players would have.
Well, it looked inviting enough, didn't it? That doesn't look particularly inviting.
Left-hand side of the treble only and just below. Frustrations for Trina continue.
60.
That's been
Simon, you require
Better
56.
performance from Trina. Preston. Preston looking at the north end of the board.
36. Trina, you require 56.
Well, great chance for Trina here to hold and close the gap.
First dart a double in this match.
16. Simon, you require 20.
And he went very wide on his first dart in the double 10 last time. Pretty much that point. The second dart, he was plumbing the double 10. Big dart. It's
No
the
score.
difference of 3-0. He's Trina's big chance.
Trina, you require 40.
Yet to register a leg today. Come on, Trina.
Game
Get in
shot,
there.
the third leg. Trina Gulliver. Fourth leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Setbacks pave the way for get-backs. You'll certainly feel relieved.
$120.
And he's a strange analogy as well. I think Preston will be relieved as well because he's seen other players go 4-0 with the Trina will be thinking I've yet to register a leg. It might help him settle down as well.
100.
She's thrown much, much better. She won't see that. Took me a few days to realise, that he has some positives in the game when things are going really badly.
81.
Say she wouldn't have had a particularly lot of preparation time for this. And occasionally with visits like this, you can see that.
Yeah, Chris Landman leading 3-2 against
66.
Christian Kiss, but Mario Van den Bohard are doing really nice. He's 3-0 up and looking good.
Willie Borland 3-2 up against Bolton. Steve Lennon in complete control against Killington. 4-1. Well, it's just gone to 4-2.
43.
Killington averaging 97.78 to to Steve Lennon's 88-83, but it's Lennon who leads 4-2.
More importantly, Henry makes a great cup of coffee.
83.
Got to be good at something.
Preston is very good here. It looked ideal, didn't it? And just that little time, that momentum just seemed to stop him in his tracks there. Trina's playing with an aggression through frustration, and it's really suiting the way the darts are lying, the way the darts are going on the board.
34.
Trina's back in this.
112.
Certainly will be if she navigate around this 112 and that blocker dart. Treble 16. Maybe treble 12.
52. Simon, you require 96.
That is absolutely perfect.
60. Trina requires 60.
And the frustration from Simon is purely because that first dart was so good. It had to go.
Score.
Trina.
Well, there's two reasons why I didn't like
Simon,
that play on
36.
72. If you do like tops and you only hit the single 16, you can have a dart away from the 20 to leave the double.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Simon Preston. Fifth leg, it's Trina's to throw
averaging
first.
100
Game
right
on.
now. Well, 99.63, and he's 5-2 down. Willie Borland 4-2 up, averaging 80. What a charmed week he's had so far.
41.
You know, if that was against Matty Dennett, he could have built a career off that. That was the most common question I ever got. I should never, ever have got to the PDC, remember? Matty Dennett was leathering me. I missed 3 darts
60.
at double 16, and all of them were on the wire. And they say the rest is history.
Name was on pot, lad.
44.
Do you like the format of the way the Q School is now?
100.
It's fragmented, isn't it?
Yeah, it's rubbish.
Bring them all together. Let's have some real fun, some big draws, and
it should be. What's the point of having a secondary tour if you don't
100.
use it? For me, your reward for showing commitment to the Challenge Tour should be the top 16 on the Challenge Tour automatically get cards, and then based on those
50.
committed to the Challenge Tour, you then have a Q School on the basis of that.
promotion, relegation,
Yeah.
100.
and a playoff.
Yeah, so if you do get relegated, you have a chance to go into a playoff with all of those outside of the bottom 16 and top 16.
100.
And then there can be some kind of order of merit playoff for 16 places.
$78.
Where you play it, I don't know, and I don't think it really matters as long as it's central. Should be concerned about the majority rather than the minority, in my opinion. Both semi-finals are now 5-2. Borland 5-2 up on Bolton. Lennon 5-2 up on Killington. Quite strange that they don't go
44.
elitist
Simon, you
with,
require
in
106.
terms of getting a card, but they've gone elitist in terms of the top 16.
Well, Preston has got a dart for the match.
66.
Steve Lennon through to the final.
Trina, you require
Defeats
94.
Killington 6-2.
I like that. 44 left. Did miss the big number last night. That's why she's taking her time. No problems here. Well, 16. Oh.
76.
Well, I think that sums up the day, mate.
Simon, you
How
required
close was
40.
that? Trina can see the funny side of it.
Game,
And
shot,
Simon
and the match.
Preston,
Simon
A
Preston.
relieved man picks up a win against Trina Gulliver, averages 79.31 in the process. He is in third place, and we do have table separation. He's on 6 points. Clark, Bram, and Trina. Well, them two are on 2. Trina on 0 points. When we come back, it is our final 3 cycle of games with Colin McGarry taking on Matt Clark.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the final round of matches in Group C is almost upon us. Before the break, we saw Simon Preston seal a 4-1 success against the Golden Girl, Trina Gulliver. This is what we've seen so far today. Elsewhere in that round of fixtures, Colin McGarry beat Bram van Dijk 4-1, and Andy Hamilton from 3-1 down against Matt Clark, sealing a last leg success on the fish, no less. So let's see what those results then do to the table, because Hamilton is beginning to make a surge. 8 points, 4 wins. He is the man to beat now. McGarry and Preston keeping the closest opposition in second and third, respectively. Matt Clark, Bram van Dijk, Trina Gulliver are now detached from the rest of the group. So for Matt Clark, next up against Colin McGarry, this is a big match. A man who's got a seemingly unblemished record in terms of making it through to Saturday night. You sense has to win this game to stand a chance of doing that here. Watching this one down in the commentary box, it's Chris Mason and Glenn Dunt.
Thank you very much, Henry. I'm with you. A must-win game for Matt Clark. Mathematically still possible to finish in the top 2, of course, if he does get defeated. But my opinion and experience from being here, it's very, very
First
unlikely.
leg, it's Colin to throw first.
We do
Game
have
on.
3 more matches to bring you, starting with this one. Then it's Preston Hamilton, and then Van Dijk against Gulliver.
Well, one of the things we do in this commentary box is look at head-to-heads, and this is the 4th time they've played each other this week. It's 3-0 to this man in your picture.
140.
Colin McGarry seems to raise his game when he plays Matt Clark.
Yeah, and not affected by the pace either, which, well, no doubt comes down to experience. He would have played all types of throwers, quick ones, slow ones, ones in between.
95.
Yeah, I thought we might have seen the torpedo darts come back out for Matt Clark, but I think he'd be thinking to himself, I'm putting myself in winning positions. It's been a bizarre day for Matt, and like I said,
85.
he is so he's playing with absolute anger at the moment. So fair play to him that he's back to his meditative game and where he just focuses so much. His strength normally is the mental strength of the side of the game, is his focus, but just some of his reactions and
66.
facial mannerisms are so unlike him. Been untypical Clark this week.
$60.
Gary already with a lead in leg one.
$97.
And a win here for McGarry. It might be short-lived, but he would go top because of his leg difference. And Hamilton's got a game with Simon Preston where he'd expect
100.
Hamilton to win.
Yeah.
But like I said, it might just say as Andy Hamilton's walking on, you're no longer top. But remember, 2 go through from this. And right at this moment, if I'd have to say McGarry and Hamilton have been the better 2 players. And
They look the most likely, don't they?
59.
Today.
Colin required 116.
As we know. What a difference a day makes.
fancy this.
76.
I'm never wrong.
We are down to the final in both Q schools, aren't we, Glenn? In the UK, it's Ireland versus Scotland.
55.
Steve Lennon
Colin, you
against
required
Willie
40.
Borland.
Well, I was a little premature, actually. Van der Bahada was cruising. Now we've gone to 4-4 with Martin Dracht.
20.
Is that the final
Matt, you
semi-final?
required 129.
Chris Landman, our MODUS Super Series champion last week. He's safely through to the final. He's a game away from being a professional player. There's 72 left. On the double-double. First one's in.
111.
That left his hand, he probably
Colin,
thought,
you required 20.
that's not in. It's damn close.
And
Game
I've said
shot
it
on the
once
first
today, Mace,
leg.
and I will
Colin
say it again.
McGarry.
Colin McGarry was not getting the rub of the green in Group A, and in
Second
Group
leg,
C,
it's Matt to throw
he
first.
is.
Game on.
Because that would have gone into double 18, the second dart of Matt Clark's there. But right now, Gary is the one just getting those small, minute breaks. And I just want to sort of just show what it
43.
would mean. Gary would go top if he wins this match.
Yeah, that's the live table, so effectively being
60.
1-0 up. The AI takes it for granted he's going to get the 2 points.
There's one thing we can't take ever for granted is writing off this man. He's not the player I would want to play last game.
100.
But McGarry seems to like it. It would be 4 wins on the spin if he could beat him here.
Rare
83.
visit downstairs for Colin McGarry. 3-5-8 apiece. McGarry leads 1-0 in a race to 4 legs. Acres of room.
180.
Picks out the open bed. Beautiful, Max.
Of course it'll be an up, because every time we go on the side, we see a big score. I tell you what, on that side one there, we'll see 9-9 darters today.
180.
I tell you.
You got something right, Glenn. Short-lived, but
27. 98.
Good darts again
Matt,
from
you
McGarry.
require
Gives himself,
151.
he'll think a 50-50 chance at 80. Clark's never ever looked like hitting these big finishes this week.
I think he only had one ton
78.
plus out, didn't he,
Colin, you
across the
require 80.
course of Group A?
Yeah, he had that 105 earlier.
Game shot on the second
2-0.
leg. Colin McGarry.
Averaging over 90. Tick, tick.
Yeah, 14 dart break there
Third leg, it's
That's the
Colin to throw
darts.
first.
for 3-0.
Game on.
Yeah, bad.
59.
4 ton plus outs today. A 104, a 105, a 121, and of course the 170 by Andy Hamilton to defeat this man in the final leg of their match.
49.
There was that really nice interview with Neil Duff after he won Group A. And he said he would be tuning into Group C. Try and watch as many of Colin's games. I think he'll be absolutely delighted if his
95.
compatriot, his good friend, can end up on the down 8 points. He'll go to bed tonight a much happier man.
$59.
Again, McGarry with an opportunity to really distance himself from Matt Clark. Not only on the scoreboard, but in the
60.
table.
Well, my mind all of a sudden now goes to 9:45 tonight.
78.
And a Group B full of just a real mixture of real talent.
And Edgar.
You stole that from me. I've been waiting for that all day as well, but
180.
just so nice to see Colin McGarry, who had his head down. He looked disappointed. He looked frustrated. Today he looks like a different man. That's what the MODUS Super Series offers. And the opening words of my co-competitor Chris Mason this
77.
week, it's
Colin,
a
you
marathon,
require
not a sprint, was his
107.
opening words on Monday. And right at the moment, this man is sprinting.
87.
Yeah, tonight, Matthew Edgar in action. John Worsley, Jean van der Horst, who's been a surprise package so far this week. Gary Stone, of course, the 3 times
98. Colin, you
world
require
champion and
20.
3-time world master, Martin Adams.
Game shot on the third leg. Colin McGarry.
Yeah, really nice. And just look at that fist pump there. They're the kind of things I sort of look at just to see how they're
Fourth leg,
feeling.
it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Clark looks dejected.
Yeah, been a tough week for Matt Clark.
Any reasons why McGarry finds it? Because it's tough to beat Matt
81.
Clark. McGarry, this looks like it's his 4th win on the spin this week. Strong mentally.
Yeah, maybe. I just don't think I think he prefers to play a Bram van Dijk where he can get
100.
some rhythm. But it's been a below par Matt Clark, and I say that as a compliment this week. And maybe as a player he can
140.
just sense he's just got the better of him. He's got his number.
Well, Mario van den Bohada was premature because it's Martin Dracht who will play Chris Landman
140.
in the final Q school in the European.
There's from the same country, of course.
60.
Willie Borland's taken an early
85.
one-leg lead against Steve Lennon in the final in the UK.
Glenn shakes head. It's just he's making me smile. I don't know why I was looking for his name yesterday. There's so many names to look for. I was just Seeing if Willie had
43.
qualified, and couldn't believe to see the position he was in, thinking, wow, his games must be out of shape because he's been doing so well in the ADC.
I said to Charlotte last night, I said, I can't believe Willie Borland didn't get in. When he did, the
100.
last spot, I was really, no wonder I couldn't find him. Now, 5 legs away from getting his tour card back.
And McGarry is
137.
76 points
Colin
away
requires 76.
to win this match in rapid time. 888.
Game,
Colin
shot,
McGarry goes
and
top
match.
of the
Colin
table.
McGarry.
That was a tremendous performance against Matt Clark, who's just had one of those days where watch out for the cat. That's all I can say. But look at the smile on his face. 4 wins out of 5. He has been superb today. And look at those numbers. 93.94. 4 from 10 on the doubles. A mighty fine performance from Colin McGarry. He'll be back tomorrow and he's in a great position. Andy Hamilton, it's over to you to get back that top spot. He's up next against Simon Preston. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And today has been all about that man retrieving his darts, Andy Hamilton, the Hammer. Former world number 2, played full 1-4, looking really back to his best against this man throwing his darts. Now Simon Preston, who's shown an awful lot of quality today. A big win over Andy Hamilton would really make this Group C arguably 2 out of 3. I'm sure other players would argue about that, but it's all about this man.
First
Will be
leg, it's
expertly
Simon to throw
refereed by
first.
Charlie Costafine.
Game on.
And the final game for both players. And it's Simon Preston who has the darts.
Yeah, be interesting how he handles this one against Andy Hamilton,
96.
who's been in fine fettle. Another 170 out in the deciding leg against Matt Clark.
96.
Yeah, just to give a bit of context as well, Andy Hamilton could have been playing at the latter stages of Q School after qualifying one of his early rounds this week. I think this morning he thought, if I don't do well today, it was a bad
81.
decision. But as it stands right now, he's looking good for Saturday night.
He was adamant when I spoke to him. Priority number one is to win a
140.
week here and win Champions Week.
Yeah, he's playing the type of darts to do that. Just the fact his game's on the up, he's feeling better. It's not all just negative about your game.
66.
Downstairs here. Yeah, good count in there, because even a single 20 here leaves a finish.
141.
Brilliant recovery.
$135, and you require 124.
Fortunate there.
Yeah,
He wouldn't have found a treble 20. It would have been on a non-finish.
it does mean that Hamilton should go. Wow.
83. Simon, you require
Well, one thing I would say about Andy Hamilton
123.
is that he's experienced. I can only think he didn't realise that Simon's on 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he maybe took it for granted he wasn't on and out. And he's not.
36.
Good decision
And
in the
you
end, he's
require
probably thinking.
41.
Go the route of 9, double 16, that's for sure. This is for a breaker throw on the opening leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
Looking really,
Andy
really
Hamilton.
solid, isn't he?
Assured. Can't split them.
Second leg, it's Andy to
In
throw
the
first.
final
Game
of the
on.
day one of stage 2 Q School. 3-3 in the final between Lennon and Borland.
$96. $140. $140.
Loving this. Once again, leaves that 265.
Yeah, we'll start down on 19s. 5 of them leave the 170,
55.
which we know he can do.
Must be nice for you, Mace, knowing Andy like you have. You've probably seen him at his lowest. Just to see him playing with a smile on his
61.
face now, winning games, feeling confident.
Yeah, and throwing some really good stuff.
And does he become a real possibility, probability for the World Seniors?
98.
When a player's still capable of averaging into the late 90s, there's always going to be a threat there. It's just timing then, isn't it? And whether everything sort of, I don't like to use the word luck, more good fortune. 'Cause
43.
You're not lucky when you hit a double, are you? Sometimes you can be fortunate to get another go.
Simon Preston will want to be there via the seniors qualifiers.
100. And you require 161. $64. Simon, you require 108.
Sensibly using the ball to leave a 2-darter. Can't finish now.
Yeah, it's been an up and down day for Simon Preston.
Certainly been some really good stuff in there, though. There's been some really good spells.
Oh, he can throw a dart, that's for sure. Maybe some of our numbers that we had certainly on the
33.
seniors
Andy Rakai,
didn't reflect of
97.
how well he's still playing in his game. Still using the ADC route for his practice.
$22. Simon, you require 75.
Level 17 to start. Big 18. One dart at tops.
35.
Same shot, Andy Hamilton.
Andy requires 75.
Tops for 2-zip.
55. Simon, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot on the second
Pins it.
lay.
Not for
Simon
the first time
Preston.
today. So it is the break back for Preston. Still can't split Lennon
Third
and
leg, it's Simon
Borland.
to throw first.
4-4.
Game on.
Big disparity in the numbers. 94 average for Lennon, 84 for Borland.
$26.
26 the hard way.
Yeah, he did all the hard work with the double. You take the ascendancy and then you score that.
$43.
Steve Lennon has taken a 5-4 lead. has the darts.
125.
Well, that potentially ruins my next tweet.
$48.
In a Stuart Pike voice.
$140.
Andy Hamilton just needs to be careful here. He's done a lot of the hard work today. This is a game he's expected to win. Put your 1 foot into Saturday night. He's just gone a little bit quiet. The trebles have beginning to dry up.
60.
Simon Preston is taking control of this leg.
$40.
And we have the perfect 350.
$123. Simon
Teased us.
require 170.
Going to give an OMG moment there. Well, I could still do that. OMG.
136.
What does OMG mean?
One more game.
Like it.
Level 17, I presume.
137. Simon, you require 34.
The lesser spotted.
Game shot on
Well, I
the
tell you,
third
take a
lay.
picture of that, because it's
Simon
not often you
Preston.
see a dart match finished on a double 17. So fair play to him. Many players would have split that
Fourth
there.
leg, it's Andy to throw
And
first.
big congratulations to Steve Lennon. He is once again a professional tour card holder. Great to bounce back for him. He wasn't getting many of the people's votes this morning. Well done to Steve.
Yeah, incredible achievement. Dealing with the
137.
disappointment of having to go back to Q school. That is the perfect response.
$41.
The one big disappointment for Steve, he won't be at the MODUS Super Series now.
Yeah. Our loss. It's their game.
100. 60.
Well, scores are 137, 137 and 100 for the Hammer. That little moment where he just seemed to fall asleep in this match. Seems to have got the bit between his teeth once again.
100.
He always throw that last dart so quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, has he really?
Yeah. It was, especially if it looks like an attractive target.
180. And you require 164. $92.
What do you give for back-to-back 180s, Preston? Not to be.
83. And you require 72.
Treble 16 for double 12. Single for tops. Nothing in the way.
32. Simon, you require 137.
Would be 2 double tops. Wow, this would be the finish of the week. Keep
Game
all
shot
to your
on the fourth
170s.
leg. Simon
That is an
Preston.
absolute beauty.
Yeah, that was an absolute.
Fifth leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game
So
on.
creative and correct.
Just
Andy Hammer-
see, it's lifted him.
Yeah. This.
140.
Yeah, Andy Hamilton's unbeaten record in a world of trouble. If he approached this one thinking it was just a case of going through the motions, battling hard now.
140.
Did have a dart at tops for 2-2.
As you've seen in the live play table there, a win for this man means Colin McGarry on legs difference will overnight be top of the table.
180.
I'll tell you what it means is we have got 3 runners and only 2 can qualify tomorrow. It would mean that one of the players in 4th, 5th, or 6th would have to run through the card, you feel.
Sequence of visits from Simon Preston.
46.
The 137 with treble 19 tops. Then a 140 in the scoring phase, followed by a max.
Not for the first time today. He
No.
seems to have these moments of absolutely blitzing the board as he
83.
sets up nicely. For the neutral, the perfect result.
Certainly for Colin McGarry.
57.
I wonder if
Simon
McGarry is
required
watching this in the
98.
players' area off his gone back to the hotel. Nice and simple. Big 20. Just keep it simple.
58.
Easier said than done. But he's in a fantastic position. He started the day fantastically well in a real brilliant performance against Bram van Dijk. And he's tops away from a fantastic finish to boot.
I'll give him heaps of confidence going into tomorrow.
84.
So to
Simon,
be
you require
the unbeaten
40.
Hamilton, he wants tops.
Game
Well, it has to be
shot
said,
and
Simon
match.
Preston
Simon
was
Preston.
sensation that game. Andy Hamilton there will feel a little deflated. He had a real opportunity to go 5 wins out of 5, but that's what it means to Simon Preston. He started the day incredibly well. He finished the day incredibly well. That 137 for me was the finish of the week so far. Very, very tight at the top. As we move to the final game of the day, it's Bram van Dijk against Trina Gulliver.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Final game of the afternoon session is upon us. It sees Bram van Dijk in action up against Trina Gulliver. These two detached, though, in that race for first place. Simon Preston before the break getting the better of Annie Hamilton 4-1, meaning 3 are tied on 8. But who's going to win this final duel of the afternoon session? Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yep, final game of Group A, but don't forget, we're back tonight, 9:45, bringing you all the action.
First
10
leg,
matches
it's Bram to throw
from
first.
Group B
Game on.
this evening, with the likes of Matthew Edgar, Martin Adams, Gary Stone, John Worsley, and Misha van der Horst.
100.
Very good lineup tonight. And a tough one to call.
81. 85.
I mean, when you look at the careers of these two, I mean, can you get any further difference between them? Like I said, it's been a long day for Trina, but I feel like she's got better
85.
as the day goes in relation to the way the darts are going into the board, the consistency. This will be a big
81.
match. I don't think Bram will be as comfortable as other games where he's often the underdog in games. He will go into this match favourite, and let's see how he handles that expectation.
45.
Yeah, 2-7 favourite this morning.
41.
I know we've just talked off air. I felt it a little bit closer. I think if Trina can get that first leg, and go 1-0 up,
140.
make this young man think a little bit more than he wants to.
46. Trina, you require 150.
Treble 18 or treble 10.
90. Bram, you require 148.
He's a two-darter. Bram can't finish. There's 71 left.
90. Trina, you require 60.
Keeps a little bit of pressure on Trina, but this would be for a break of throw. No drama here on the single 20. Way off that, double 10.
Game shot on the first leg. Trina Gulliver.
I think this match gets interesting now, Mace. I know we spoke about it before, and I just said if Trina can get that first leg,
Second leg, it's Trina to throw
it'll
first.
lift her
Game on.
confidence. Make that young man think. Bram van Dijk has got better each day. On Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, at his final games of the day, he has got better.
70.
He's a 19-year-old lad where he's had 4 or 5 hours on the practice board now. I could understand the thought process where he would steamroll this game, because this is when
80.
he produces his best.
Yeah, towards the latter end. And of course, yesterday finished off with 3 wins on the bounce.
He's had 2 wins out with 3 in his
81.
final game of the day.
$137.
With darts like that, nothing to separate him in the averages right now, just early 80s. That has been Trina's worst dart, that
55.
first dart, that really low. Whether it's been a 25 or a 1, that's something she'll want to correct.
31.
With regards to how many cards available, I think you're right, Glenn, because Steve Lennon has obviously taken the automatic spot. Because it's only 1 day played, it's showing 13 available, so that tells me there was 14.
I think they've used a ruling where they've taken the card off Corey Cadby.
135.
And by a minuscule. I think the UK get it over Europe, and I think there was a formula used to do that.
What, like they do
I
in
bet
cricket?
Willie Baldwin gets that last
99.
place.
Bram, you require 118.
He's in pole position. He's on 5 points for losing in the final, so
60. Trina, you require 96.
another decent leg from Trina.
A 2-0 lead.
56. Bram,
Pressure
you
on the
require
58.
58.
Let's see how he's feeling. Well, that's right smack bang in the middle.
Game shot on the
I'll
second
tell you what,
leg.
if I did
Bram
have any
van
doubts
Dijk.
there, that last start is fantastic. Don't forget, he's never
Third leg, it's Bram to throw
experienced
first. Game
playing
on.
someone like Trina.
Would be remarkable to see him play Martin Adams.
82. $140.
Super stuff from Trina.
99. $59.
To run for cover, but for me, the treble 17 was the better shot. Gets rid of that horrible 2 off the end.
84.
Still a massive favourite is Bram in this match.
$126. $96.
Right, enjoying this. The pace is good. Nothing to separate them. Great to see Trina being so competitive in this match. It's bringing the best out of her. The treble would be nice.
100.
Well
Very
thrown,
Bram, you
Dad.
require
Well thrown, miss.
140.
Yeah, she's unfortunate to find the gap. Single 20. Yeah, just took
100.
a bit of extra
Trina, you
caution over
require
that.
76.
And what do I talk about so much with this mic and these types of finishes? That is fantastic.
No score.
Trina.
Bram, you require 40.
Wrong bed.
$35.
Well, you could have took that on Monday, and
Trina,
that's
you require
exactly what he was doing. He seemed
76.
to learn how to finish on those 40s.
Not for the first time today. Oh, she's missed the 25.
$13. Bram, you require 5.
The most difficult dart here is the first one. Let me assure you that. Right smack in the middle.
Game shot on the third
Easy after
leg.
that.
Bram van Dijk.
Bram van Dijk, for the first time in this match, takes control.
Fourth leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on. $85. $45. $24. $96.
Averages have dropped a little bit with those missed darts at a double.
97.
That's the first treble there for Trina. Would be for a breaker throw, and you feel for Bram van Dijk.
180.
Is he just turning the screw now?
Yeah, another max. A few of them this week.
36.
Rebels have dried up for Trina.
$60.
Well thrown darts. No reward there for young Bram.
$123. Bram, you require 120.
He's got a decision to make here. He could play safe with just a big 20.
56.
But just like that route on 80
Trina,
for double
require
16.
136.
arguably means only going to get one darter double at the 64 if he gets a shot. Yes, he is.
44. Bram, you require 64.
For a decisive lead. Double 12.
52. Trini required 92.
Decisions, trainer.
Definitely treble 19. The Bram is back.
37.
12 for 3-1.
Bram, you require 12. Game shot on the fourth leg. Bram van Dijk.
Bram, thank you, Mum. 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on. $59. $81. $96.
Starting to edge closer. Katrina to make a comeback. 16 to 1, Glenn.
140.
Yeah, someone was telling me I was 25 to 1 in playing one of my games last week. I'm just thinking,
84.
how bad must they have been in that match? But I'm seeing the positives from Trina. The first game today, it was a little ropey, little nervy.
60.
Yeah, as soon as she started to take a bit more of an aggressive approach and
Yeah.
really extend that arm and real punch the darts in.
Yes, you got it right. You've got it right very, very early.
57.
Nice ton 40 here.
100.
Well, they should be 16 to 1 now.
Tens.
$60. Trini require 120.
Remember, this is a breaker throw as
Yeah.
well, Merce. About to say, round about here. I mean, she could have
40.
won 3
Bram, you
legs herself, but a
require
setup play.
145.
It's just so unlike Trina.
$79. Trini require 80. Game shot on the
That's
fifth
the way
leg.
to do it, Trina Gulliver.
Beautiful bullseye. Keep Trina in it. And as you rightly
Sixth leg,
said,
it's
Glenn,
Trina to throw first.
it's a breaker
on.
throw.
And all those people that took that 16 to 1, I'll have a little bit of hope right now. She's got the dart here. Can she hold a throw?
Now only 6 to 1.
41. $134.
He does that well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Cover shooting. Counting. For the most part, very, very good.
60.
The young man with absolutely no experience at this level.
$43. $45.
Yeah, difficult moments there for Trina. You just sense that she was right in the mix in this game. Bram, he ain't
40.
capitalising.
No. It's fine when Trina gets herself into positions, she gets that's a lot better. She was a bit tentative in the first couple of visits,
60.
and they were far more assured. Bram has the throw.
134.
Consolidates that with yet another great bit of cover shooting on the 19s.
All getting just a little bit scruffy for Trainer.
21. Bram, you
That's a
recline
smile on her
150.
face thinking, I had this match. Not so sure about that.
No, don't like that play.
100.
Can be deemed disrespectful.
Well, he can do it against me, but not against the legend. That is Trainer Gulliver. But he's a leg away,
40.
and he's 50
Bram,
points
you
away.
require 50.
He would go into 4th place if he can hit this double. It's double 16.
Game,
And Bram
shot,
van Dijk
and the
finishes the
match.
Group
Bram
C
van
day
Dijk.
1 with a win over Trainer Gulliver, who's still searching for our first win. It's been a fantastic, intriguing day today, and it's Colin McGarry who sits at the top of the table. As we look at the tail of the tape, nothing really to separate them throughout. Bram looked really relaxed under difficult circumstances against Trainer. He goes into 4th place, but it's so tight at the top. We've got Colin McGarry on 8 points. We've got Andy Hamilton on 8 points. And we have got Simon Preston on 8 points. All to play for in Group C. And the games tomorrow will start with Trainer Gulliver against Bram van Dijk, but the big games kick on from there. What version of Matt Clark are we going to get? And who will be 2 from 3, you feel, from here? Join us again for Group C tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bram van Dijk finishing off his day with victory against Trainer Gulliver, but a day where we've seen some tightness at the top of the table, mate.
Yeah, it's all to play for tomorrow. Impressed with Andy Hamilton. It seemed to just switch off in his final game, but that takes nothing away from what Simon Preston did, who for me has been the most impressive of the day, considering the kind of numbers we had for him coming into his debut day here at the Super Series.
Well, let's have a look and see what's happened today. These are the results from our 15 matches, and it's 3 players who really did dominate the group. Andy Hamilton, well, he had the opportunity to complete the card, but it was Simon Preston that made pay for him. And Simon, 4 wins on opening day. He kind of took to this arena like duck to water, didn't he?
Yeah, even from his opening game, I mean, I'm pleasantly surprised. Like I said, I had a look at his numbers coming in. He was averaging less than 80 for the season. I had a look back over his Super Series numbers. We've been looking at his numbers on the ADC, and there was nothing to suggest, especially coming here under the lights, the being on debut and the pressure that comes with it. He performed brilliant, as did Colin McGarry, it has to be said.
Why do you think players sometimes settle better on this stage as opposed to maybe other stage arenas?
I don't know, maybe you just focus that little bit more. You're under a bit of extra pressure, and sometimes it can bring out the best, sometimes it can bring out the worst. You never quite know how you're going to take to it, and, well, he took to it like a duck to water.
He most certainly did. But talking about Andy Hamilton, yes, he lost that last game to Simon Preston, but at times he looked head and shoulders above the field, didn't he?
Yeah, you can see the class in there. You can see why he was as successful as he was as a pro. He had some great moments. That 170 to win the match against Matt Clark was outstanding, and that's what he has in the locker. And he's just starting to show signs the last couple of months that he's certainly on his way back.
Well, let's have a look then at the table following the first day's play in Group C, because Colin McGarry is the man who tops it. That legs difference there of plus 13. We mentioned it at the top of the show that yesterday was a much better show for him, and he's taken it into today. Yeah,
me and Glenn have been singing his praises all week, and he took a while. Again, he was on debut on Monday, like Simon Preston today, and he's just slowly and surely got better and better and better, culminating with winning 4 out of 5 today. The only player to beat him was Andy Hamilton, and he's in a good spot tomorrow. And there's certainly group separation. I can't see that changing tomorrow. I just think Matt Clark's just had a bad week, and when you're out of form, there's nothing you can do about it. You just got to play through it.
You say there's table separation. Is the key that Bram van Dijk plays first tomorrow so he can move within 2 points just to ask a question?
Yeah, but I don't think he has the consistency and the levels of the 3 above him. I think we've seen enough from Simon today that, yeah, he can be a little bit erratic and a little bit inconsistent, but his high level, his ceiling, is certainly higher than Bram's. And just quickly, going into tonight's session, Group B getting underway from the earlier time, note at 9:45 tonight. Is Gary Stone the favourite in your eyes? Yeah, I don't want to put the jinx on him, but certainly when you look at what he's been achieving in the last few months and the levels he's been playing at and the kind of averages he's been producing, he certainly, for me, goes in as favourite, but it's going to be tough. It is going to be tough. It's going to be close, this group, I think.
Right. See you in a couple of hours.
Great.
We'll see you shortly. We'll see you shortly. Don't forget, it's a 9:45 start time this evening, so a little bit earlier than usual for our Group B action to get underway. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, 8 is great as half the field share the lead.